educated, and you will end up being educated. That's all we can. We haven't got to everything. So the resources are limited. That resources is what we're going to target students who want to study, to make them study and hand it over to the university. Because there is another team which is doing education in Sri Lanka, university students, helping them. That's where we will affiliate them to that, and so that we will amalgamate the resources together. But one of the things that Rizwan said is there are lobby group. Am I right? So do we get involved directly, or we capture all the people who are doing and get the brand of Wfslm to be recognized as whatever it is? That's something we can discuss with them. So alhamdulillah, we got 50. I think we would have sent about 10 students to university. And I'll, during the course of field experience, I will tell how we did it and how. But there are a lot to do. But that's my. Thank you very much.
I may call up Brother Wfslm, please. He's the team leader of the membership team. That's my team.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Now that you have heard so much about Wfslm, you can imagine how much work there is to do. There is quantums, volumes, never ending, ongoing. The future generation, that's what the chairman and secretary general just explained. So let's, inshallah, try. But I'm looking for contributory members, active members. It's not only myself. At the beginning, when I took over from Brother Wfslm, I was invited to be team leader. Thank you very much for the opportunity. These are opportunities that come. We have to take the opportunity comes, and you can propagate this among yourself and to your families, friends from any part of the world. Please bring members and join this forum to continue. So, at the beginning, when I took over, I thought there has to be some kind of a strategy for a team to succeed. So we talked about strategies. We talked about strategies, how we can build our team. Firstly, I will name the team. Sister Raihana Bari, Brother Uday team, Brother Yahya team, Brother Wfslm, Brother Nizam Hashim, Dr. Khalil Rahman, Executive Oversight, Brother Agaba Ali, Chairman, and Brother Rizwan, Secretary General, to all their support at all times, supported by country coordinators and other team leaders and all members of the Wfslm board. The team that I mentioned works with everybody in order to achieve our objectives. Now, the membership development for the 2022, I believe we had about 130 members at the end of last year. And then we are in the range between 151 to 182. The real numbers we are still working on, but our priority is to grow. So, as I mentioned a few moments ago, we talked about the methods. How can we access active good members that fall into this criteria that we need? So some of these are mentioned there. As you can see, I will quickly read. Social events, publicity, add membership application to website, attract younger members, new expatriates. By the way, these points are all coming from the membership team, brainstorming after several meetings. And we had some very good meetings. And this is the work we have done during this 3/4 of a year or so. Word of mouth through current members, communicate with expatriate Sri Lankan Muslim organizations around the world. A new membership invitation package is being prepared for future use. So these are the strategies and methods that we are trying. Our efforts are ongoing. So inshallah, we have to try our best. I would ask if there is any questions quickly, so that I can answer you in a very short way according to the limited time. If no questions, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Wfslm. If I can call next Brother Halim Osman, please. Just a humble reminder, if we can keep the progress reports to a minimum of, rather maximum of 2 minutes. And if you do have any questions, let's hold it till the end, inshallah. Okay, Jazakallah khair.
Thank you. So the finance committee, subcommittee basically consists of, if you go to the next slide, right, about 4 or 5 people. There's Wfslm, who's based in Australia. He's the person who actually did the team report, and thanks a lot, Fazil, in case you're awake. Then there's Sajad and Imtaz Ali, who are both based in Kuwait. Sajad tends to be able to look at project reports that have been done by other subcommittee members, and Imtaz was involved in terms of putting the accounts together. And then there's Farah, who's sort of an intern within the finance team. She's my daughter. Yeah, and then there's Brother Agabari and Rizwan Bahar. So firstly, thank you so much for the team for being able to come for the team meetings, and sorry that I've been hassling you guys sometimes, but your support has been very motivating as well. Okay, if you can go to the next slide. We've been through the finance subcommittee for about a couple of years now, yeah. And we had many challenges. A lot of challenges are not put in here. We just kept it very short to be able to finish this, to just give an overview of what needs to be done going forward. To start off, we tried to be able to get bank account open for a World Forum of Sri Lankan Muslims. In the UK was quite a challenge, yeah? So finally managed to be able to get that done. And in order to be able to get sort of some kind of consolidation, we're looking in terms of being open, trying to open a bank account in Sri Lanka, and trying to be able to also organize some kind of formal organization there, charity or otherwise, to be able to help monitor expenditure that takes place there. So that's our next big challenge. And anyone here or overseas who can be able to give us some guidance and help in connection with that, you're more than welcome to contact me. In terms of the finance, I suppose we went through the accounts, which is one of our main concerns. And then in terms of being able to get project reports for various different subcommittees, I've got nothing more to add in terms of this, and also with the challenge of time, I'll pass you off there.
Who's next up? Oh, so I guess the youth wing, we have the team leader, Mr. Wade. Please take the floor. Your part, he's acting team lead.
Yes. Thank you, Sister Hannah, and for everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Obaid. I'm also the son of Sister Hannah Bari and the grandson of the chairman, Brother Akabar. And so a bit about my time in the youth wing. So I took over as acting team lead because the previous team leader, Mr. Adel Sardardin, had to step down due to professional commitments. The youth team is actually a testament to the success and the great work that the chairman and the secretary general have done They emphasize that the youth are the future. The purpose of the youth wing, as we know, I see a few youth in the audience today, is to establish a network internationally and also nationally. As you know, their youth today, we're finding it tough to balance family, career, and also social life in general. So the purpose is to just provide a platform.
Stand on the stage, because there's a speaker right on top. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, to provide a platform to collaborate and share ideas on how youth can guide each other and also guide each other to work in an ever-changing environment throughout the world. And also, yeah, to share solutions and how we can work together. If you can go to the next slide, we have some of our team members. We have a growing team for the youth wing, and it's growing every day. We have a few members from across the world. A lot of them couldn't make it because it's a virtual in-person conference, presenting from the Canadian chapter. Next slide, please. Some of the updates, we did hold a sustainability webinar in under the last leadership under Mr. Adil Zergati. He provided some good insight on how to live sustainable lives and environmentally friendly lives with a sustainability webinar. And we're focusing on organic and inorganic growth for the World Forum inside and also through outside networks of Sri Lankan Muslim youth. Some of the projects that we have in mind for the upcoming year, providing a platform for low investment trading, something we're looking into, providing more financial planning and management workshops, scholarships for education in partnership with the education community, something we're looking at, and also trying to operate a alternative news channel for Sri Lankan youth via the internet. I think that's it for my presentation. I'll pass it back to the.
I guess it was your height that was interfering because it's happening with me. But anyway, the next team leader, I am wondering if he is in the house, Mr. Hazim Hamza.
It should be virtual.
Oh, it is virtual. You know, I'm not familiar with some of the faces and the names, so you have to, you know, bear with me. I'm so sorry. So AV team, can we have that virtual or?
Yeah. He's in the meeting.
He's in the meeting?
I'll ask him to present, or it looks like he is.
That young man is also my son.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now he's unmuted, so.
Yeah, you want me to present it?
Mr. Hazim Hamza, whenever you're ready.
Yes, can hear? Everyone can hear me?
Yes, Zoom people can hear.
Yeah, what about others in the audience?
Okay, so he is in here. We're just.
He's not there.
No, he's here. We just need to select the right.
There we go.
Good if someone can present it on behalf of me in the audience.
Oh,
No,
I think he's good now.
We're good now. You can speak.
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah khairan. Alhamdulillah. Good. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Apologies, we are unable to attend the meeting physical. Anyway, the PRM team has been working very closely with most of the other teams, especially the Secretary General. And in the recent past, when the AGM and the conference was planned, we have been working very closely in organizing and putting out the designing presentations and so on. Apart from that, to start with, our team consists of Brother Ziad. He was the previous team lead, and Dr. Rasmin is part of the team. Brother Ashif Abbas is a newcomer to the team. Shazmina is she's expert in designing. joining. Brother Shiraz is another old member of the team. He has been with us for some time. Brother Arshad Aziz, another new member. Brother Shakir Nawaz from UK, he is with us. Sister Hasina was the secretary previously. She has taken a break. Brother Safri Jalil, Brother Ahmad Mafaz, and then Chairman Uncle Bari and Brother Rizwan are part of the team. Can we move, brother? Yeah. We have been constantly, like we have been doing the updates in the website and social media platforms of all the updates.
Live in the Sri Lankan, in the stream.
Can other brothers mute your Zoom, please? Yeah, so the PRM team primarily been involved in updating all our news releases and all the articles, whatever comes, it goes through a proper process. There is a process followed. It's given to Secretary General after his review and approval. It comes to me as the team lead and then passed on to the team to upload. Then the designing part is being done for the, as I said, for the AGM and conference. And we have undertaken a new project to redesign and redevelop the website. And the website has been there for some time now. What we have come to know is we need to revamp the website to attract more members. And there was a request from our membership team to support them through the website to promote more members. So we have undertaken a team headed by Brother Ashaz has taken some initiatives to design, and then inshallah in the coming weeks or months we will put a proposal to the EXCO on how we are going to do it and what is the budget and so on. Inshallah, this is a plan in the near future to have a new website for the World Forum. Can we move to the next slide, brother?
That's it.
Right. Okay. That's it from my end. And thank you very much again and wish everyone all the best for the rest of the session. Jazakumullah khair.
Jazakallah, brother, for that presentation. Next, we have Dr. Muhammad Ramali. I believe he's in the house.
So, Assalamu alaikum everyone. So, another number to be here. And I think I've seen all of you all physically first time, apart from one person, my friend, Jazar, my school friend. Right. So, as far as health and well-being concerned, I'm actually very new to the team leading. So, see, it's not about the numbers, the quality of the team. I'm happy with those three. Right. So, what happened was during COVID, there are a lot of things happening in Sri Lanka, but no proper news came out until one of our major children hospital got hit. So that was the Day Hospital. So there was this news item circulated to that they don't have this endotracheal tube to put a baby on a ventilator. That got everyone's attention. So our Secretary General jumped on that. But as you know, there are a lot of red tapes and things like that. So we chose, as I said, we did two projects. It's a quality of those two projects. So one was the anti-rabies vaccine. So people who are bitten by a rabid dog, I'm sure you all know it's a fatal condition. The vaccine, with Almighty's help, saves them. So we managed to get 100 vials. Secretary General did most of the work, and that was one of the important ones he did because that saves lives. And the second one was again antibiotics, and they were short of so many drugs. They're all life-saving. So this particular one, ceftriaxone, that also they jumped on that. It's given for mainly meningitis and brain infection. So I think the children hospital being affected got the attention. So alhamdulillah, that went very well. So what this has given me is to do more projects. I think we have to identify the right ones. And inshallah, I'm getting to know the team now. Hopefully, we'll do more and more next time. And thank you everyone for donating for these projects. And thank you. Hope to do more. Assalamu alaikum. I'll get to know this.
Dr. Aslam is one of the team members. Actually, the whole team was put today. There are about 9 members in the team.
Thank you.
9 doctors are there. Yes.
Jazakallah khair for that. I believe who's next. So it's the IT wing, Mr.
Yeah.
Ravi's in the house?
He's not here, so the Secretary General will just have to brief.
Okay, so you've heard. Secretary General.
He's in charge of entity.
Hello, Swan again. Unfortunately, the team leader of the IT team, I have not been able to get hold of him despite sending a few messages. His name is Ramiz, Dr. Ramiz. And the main objectives are to sort of try and help all of the subcommittees. Feedback is on. Yeah, his main, the goal of the IT team is to be able to try and see how they can best help each of the subcommittees to be able to get better IT systems, security, so on and so forth. At the moment, right, I think what they're trying to do is take over the website maintenance and management because it's been outsourced and to be able to reduce the cost. They've been in communication, and I'm aware the PRM team is in liaising with them to be able to make it happen. Inshallah, I'm very confident that together with help from our Secretary General, that we'll be able to manage the website by ourselves. So that will be the initial project. You don't have any of the names of the IT members on there.
Don't have any.
Okay, they're all spread around the world. It's quite challenging trying to be able to get a meeting organized because I think there's a couple in Australia, Middle East, and the UK. I don't know about them by name, but thank you to all of them for their support during the course of the year.
Thank you for the update, Brother Halim. Next, we have Mr. Mohammed Zuhair.
He's not here as well.
He is also not here.
Not here.
Okay, good. Sorry, I think he's from Bahrain, Mr. Mohammed Zuhair. He's also a Dawa gentleman, so he must be doing Dawa now. May not be able to join us. He's traveling around and is promoting Islam and a lot of work. So he's one of the team leaders. He's in charge of the pluralism team. I'll tell you very briefly that they have done quite a bit on the previous side of it. We have done 3 or 4 projects on that. We have had a lot of conferences and seminars in regards to, you would have seen in the video clip, some of our imams also got involved with in the pluralism side of it from Australia and other parts of the world. And there's Mr. Mansoor, famous person in Sri Lanka. There is some of these Siddiq and people like that will probably know. He's the famous person on the Dawa side of it. So he's also there, and a few other activities took place by them. At the moment, they're working on interfaith international conference with Amjad Salim and a few other people getting involved. So they're gathering information and trying to get it done. Dr. Khalil is the Dean of the Ahmad University. He's giving them the support. So that is the ongoing activity which will be done in maybe in about a month or 2. They'll probably get the funds there also. Some funds to be done. Thank you.
Yeah.
So can we welcome team lead Mrs. Ziyada Toki for gender equity? Is she there?
She's not here, but Rizana Zubair is taking over.
So I believe the secretary will be presenting the report.
No, there is someone here who will take over. Rizana.
I'm here. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. If you can confirm that you can hear me, please. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone at the conference in Toronto and from around the world. I'm Rizana Zubair joining you from Melbourne on behalf of the Gender Equality team. I hope I don't sound too groggy as it's 3 a.m. here, just past 3 a.m. here in Melbourne. Tonight, I'm honored to represent our team leader, Ziyada Toki, who is unable to join us as she has just returned from a tiring trip overseas. In the GE team, we have a small but dedicated group of people who are passionate and outspoken about the cause of gender balance. So thanks to the wonder of technology, we have been able to rope in the best from across the world. We also have got the support of a committed team of co-opted members in Sri Lanka, assisting us to carry out our projects on the ground. So our main aim has been to foster gender equality in the field of education, employment, and social life. We need our women and girls to be more confident and independent so they can participate in society meaningfully. So with these objectives in mind, we have engaged in 5 projects over the past year and a half that the GE has been in existence. As you could see on the screen, our first project involved restructuring a women's organization based on a successful model. Secondly, we supported a female activist with a laptop to help her assist other women and facilitate the education of an A-level student. Thirdly, we provided financial aid to start a chicken farm as a cottage industry to a single mother to help her support her family and also to train others in setting up chicken farms as a way of giving back. So the fourth project is still ongoing. We have started a Pathways Guidance Program for young girls. And finally, we conducted a seminar to create awareness of the need for gender equality in our communities. While the first 4 projects focused on empowering women have been fairly successful, I should say, the last one is where our greatest challenge lies. When we conducted the seminar on gender equality, we were totally blindsided. The seminar was attended by just 3 people, apart from the presenters. This was an eye-opener for us, as it indicated to us what an uphill task this is going to be. So we, in the GE team, shifted our focus. We want to now focus on creating awareness in the general public about the benefits to society of having an educated, independent, and empowered female population. I'm sure all of us are well aware of the benefits of having equal participation of both genders. However, dismantling these age-old views embedded in cultural practices and in patriarchal societies is easier said than done. Far too many girls, especially from the poorest Muslim families, face discrimination with respect to basic education, employment, child marriage and pregnancy, domestic violence, and unrecognized domestic labor. This is the stark reality, and there's so much work to be done. So to improve the lives of our girls and women, we need our brothers to come on board with us, along with the sisters. So we all know the Nobel laureate Malala Yousafzai was able to reach extraordinary heights, mainly with the support of her father, the amazing Ziauddin Yousafzai. So if we in the GE team are to leave you with one message in this conference, it is to appeal for men and women to come on board to work towards achieving a more balanced, just and fair society where women and men are free to achieve their full potential. I'll finish by wishing you all in the conference a successful session. And as Brother Rizwan said, there was going to be a discussion session at the very end. I hope you will all take a moment or two to touch on GE and how important it is to create awareness. Thank you.
It's 3 a.m. in Melbourne. Yeah. So you can see she has joined how dedicated she is. Representing the team leader, she's busy. I spoke to her personally just before I left. She's too tired to, after a long travel. So somehow managed to talk to Rizana to come up with some. She said, I know she's too early, but she's committed. Thank you. Just to mention how best the network is working all around the world. Maybe one of the people may not join for some reason, but most of our team leaders are dedicated and committed.
Sister, for that report. We do appreciate the time difference, especially 3 a.m. Wow. Okay. Next on the is team lead Mr. Lias Abdul Wahid.
He stepped out. He stepped out, so he asked the Secretary General to present on his behalf.
Well, sorry, he promised me he's going to come. He's an international person, maybe somewhere in any part of the world, I don't know. He's in the political and international relation team. So this team basically is dealing with all political issues affecting Sri Lankan Muslim worldwide. So they will step in on the political ground, whether it's Sri Lanka or anywhere else, for the Muslims community, not only Sri Lanka but any other. They will immediately find out what the World Forum can do. So they'll act on it and how much that we can influence the politically in Sri Lanka. We are an apolitical organization. But as far as influencing the political leaders are concerned, we are at it. So we will influence, as I said earlier on in my speech, meeting all these leaders and all the rest of it. So politically, team is mainly doing that. The second major activity for the political team, you can see what they want to do for the next year is to the pending application from the United Nations observer status that is pending at the moment. And we are also applied for the membership in the climate change of the NFCC of the United Nations as well. That application is also pending to be approved. And we are working on the UNHCR observer status. So that is, we are working very hard on it. But we are a member of the FDEO, which is the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in London, which we go for meeting. With Cosmos, we do that as well. And other than that, we have written to 54 Muslim countries worldwide on the OIC, which we have asked for observer status as well, because we can't become a member as an organization. So they have also said they will consider our application. So I have written personally to all the 54 countries leaders to recognize us as a world body, as I was telling earlier, as a unified voice for Sri Lankan Muslim. So we had some tentative information for Imran Khan and also a couple of other leaders from Saudi also with the indication, but so far we have not had any concrete confirmation that they is going to take us as observer status for the OIC. But we are working on it. We are still young, 3 years, so it will take a while for us to get the membership it also. Also, the team leader is very active now. He's going to get our representation in all the international, the largest organization, International Alert, crisis organizations, all the organizations which are working on the human rights and all the other activities worldwide. So the team leader is very active, and he is proposing that we will work on it to get the membership in those things. Thank you.
Next up, we have climate change. That's the leader is Mr. Siddiq.
He's not here.
Not in the house. Did he join?
No.
So are we gonna put it up virtually, or we're just gonna let it go?
Well, he's not here. Yeah, Secretary General.
Yeah, is he there?
No, he's not here.
He's not here.
I think it's Martale, I hope. Okay, anyway, I mean, maybe I told you at the start itself, there may be difficulties in with connection because some of them are in Martale, some of them are in Jaffna, and they are visiting Sri Lanka, some of the leaders, so it may be difficult. Anyway, I have explained at the start all our climate change. A good thing that I've done it in advance earlier on. So all the activities is a very, very active team. So a lot of activities going on as far as climate change is concerned. And we are working with the Grama Sevaka, Pradesh Sabha, and the government. So they are the government regional secretariat is supporting us with all our projects. And especially for your information, our major projects are in the resettlement area, the people who are got out of Jaffna in 1990. So those people are settled, and there are half an acre of land given to each of them. So we are working with them to provide them housing, tube wells and things like that. We are getting involved. As I told you earlier, this is part of the collaboration with the other organization. We can't do. We work with Muslim Aid as well, World Forum. So those are the major projects we are doing. And now also, apart from the tree planting, as I told you, was the mini forest. So a lot of activities are going on. The climate change subject. This Hill City. If you Google and see, there's a company called City Garden. So they are the major supplier of sapling and planting equipment and all the rest of it. And we have a team of volunteers, about 20 in Sri Lanka, working for World Forum as volunteers. So these 20 volunteers will go wherever we go. You can see with our banners are going around everywhere in the country. So I can't going through all the details, but you have done a lot of work for the community. I wish that he's there. Unfortunately, he couldn't get connected. Thank you.
So AV, we have a message from General Secretary. If we could just put the reports of the team leaders who are present in the room or personally, that would be good. So fundraising subcommittee, Brother Halim Usman is in the house.
So I think I've touched on this already in terms of fundraising subcommittee. Our challenge was initially trying to see whether we can be able to, can we go to the next slide on that, the one before. And there are about 3 or 4 of us within the subcommittee, and Brother Riaz, who was sort of one of the main players within the fundraising team, unfortunately. He left our team, but I think he's joined the political team. One of the remit was trying to be able to see how we can be able to work with other teams in terms of being able to raise finance as and when required. Also to try and see whether we could keep a budget available in connection with being able to utilize funds in case there was a disaster or some kind of necessity from one of the other subcommittees where funds were required to be able to sort ourselves out. What we did do was, if you go to the next slide, is last Ramadan, we set out a project trying to be able to raise £5,000 with the intention of being able to keep some funds in the kitty to be able to pay for our Wfslm expenditure. And I mean, although it looks sort of relatively negative there, we managed to be able to raise in excess of £1,000, which is quite good. And I think our general running cost, if we keep it quite tight, right, is sufficient for maybe about a year and a half in terms of 1,000. And inshallah, we're trying to do the same thing this coming Ramadan and trying to be able to see whether we can be able to raise funds for the purpose of zakat or sadaqatul jari, and including sort of general expenses for the team in general. To work this out, usually what we tend to do is ask each of the subcommittees, right, to come up with some kind of budget. If you all are listening, team leaders, perhaps if you all can be able to send us budgets in terms of what kind of funding you all require in order to be able to go ahead with your project plans. We'll try to see whether we can be able to raise some funds. In fact, right, I think the fundraising team was involved in terms of being able to raise almost about over 600,000 rupees in terms of hospital project for Sri Lanka, especially because during this time of need, where hospitals are finding it difficult to be able to raise finance to look after patient care. And that's something that's ongoing. And then we try to be able to set up things like GoFundMe, crowd sourcing websites, so on and so forth. Again, depending on need. So if team leaders require funds, best thing is to get hold of touch with me and try to be able to work collectively, try to be able to make it happen. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for the brief report. I believe that concludes our session for the team leaders. They're either not here or we're done. Yes, it is in the meeting. So this concludes the first part of our session, inshallah. We will close with the salawat, and I guess I have a problem with that. Close with the salawat, blessings on our Prophet, inshallah. We will then break for a short period and reconvene in here, inshallah, at 12:30. Okay. So yes, refreshments will be served in the room across from you, inshallah. Okay. So I guess it leaves.
Sallallahu ala Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, sallallahu ala Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, sallallahu Jazakallah. I can get everything.
break for some refreshment, and please come back for the discussion, which is going to happen. Thank you so much. Great job. Did you get the printout of the
Yeah.
thing?
Printout is right here.
How many are there? At least 20, 30?
Oh, shoot, I didn't print all 20, I just put, because I didn't have enough paper.
So how many you got?
2 copies.
So is that how you had to read it out? Okay, come back.
Paper. It's okay.
Great job, that's mashallah. I think I'm gonna show a picture of the person, the video of the person who was doing, he would have been instead of listening to the thing. You know what I mean? He would have been, he would have been, he would have been a bit like, but the kids are amazing. Yeah, Allah bless them. Sorry? Of course, yeah. No, I just, no, mashallah, I don't know, I see them, but I don't know them. Mashallah, may Allah bless them all. So very good. Mashallah. No, may Allah bless them. Mashallah.
Oh, yeah.
Stand behind
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. If we could reconvene, please, to start the second session.
Are you going to call Marsh Yusuf 5 minutes before? I don't have this phone. I called him. I told him I'll give you a call. Okay. 5 minutes before, right? Yeah. When I finish my speech, after that, how? When does she come?
Can everybody take their seats, please? Then we can start. I think we have a few brothers who are enjoying the interval. Can we all convene in front of the stage, please, for a quick photograph for those who are present? So if we can come and line up over here, please, either on the stage, on the ground. You get the short ones on the stage. The short ones on the stage. We can have the short people on the stage and the taller ones in the front would be nice. Everybody please convene in front of the stage for a photograph. We arrange everybody back, that would be fantastic. We can have some.
Some people can stop here.
Ladies as well, everybody present. everyone present for today's event, may please.
Don't miss me, okay?
Body side, face straight.
Yes. Are you doing a selfie?
No, you have to be selfie too, otherwise you will not be.
I'm holding my breath.
Yeah. Just say cheese.
Thank you.
The heartbeat was.
You forgot to take the Aduku roti.
We are gone.
Alright, everybody, let's say I'm correct, you know. 1, 2, 3.
Cheese, cheese.
Hold on.
The stomach sin now, no?
Look at the camera.
1, 2. One more.
Please.
Thank you.
We just missed you. Look for
Welcome back from our break. If you could take your seats. I think slightly behind.
Yes, to be called.
We do have a long day ahead of us. Nice, yes, let's try and fill in some of the front seats. It's kind of intimidating when I talk to empty seats on this side. So let's go from up, inshallah. Ziad. All right, everybody, I hope everyone enjoyed the reflection. I know I did. It was good. Compliments to, I don't know, you know, give a shout out to I'll have to give a shout out to whoever gave compliments to the chef, inshallah. All right, so we are now going to commence session number 2, inshallah, as soon as we all settle down. That's a teacher in me saying that, sorry. In summary, we have a couple of 2 points of interest to discuss. And we have distinguished speakers from Sri Lanka and Malaysia respectively. I know that comments and questions will arise during the topic, so let's just try and hold those off until the discussion period afterwards, inshallah. So to open up the next session, again, will be a few words of welcome from my father, the chairman, inshallah. Today.
Alhamdulillah,
It's a father-daughter combination anyway. We are pray for us. Mashallah. I don't want to take your time. I think you have heard enough of me. Unfortunately, we are supposed to have these great speakers in person with us, but they couldn't get the visa. This is the problem. They'll be coming on Zoom. Please enjoy it and be prepared to ask questions, and we will the answers will be compiled, and we will make a conclusion of the whole forum, inshallah, and we will make use of it for the future. Jazakallah khair. I'll call the
Okay, so appearing first on our platform today will be our first guest from Sri Lanka. He is Brother Mas El Yusuf. He's a renowned attorney at law, licensed as LLB in honors from UK. Brother Yusuf was also the former legal and corporate advisor to the ex-private department of UAE President, mashallah. So we do have some renowned and very explicit speakers here today. Alhamdulillah. So today he will be addressing the topic on good governance at the bedrock of a stable nation, the role of Sri Lankan Muslim expatriates. So inshallah, let's give a warm welcome to our guest online. I guess he's here. Please welcome Brother Mas El Yusuf.
we are welcoming it now.
Okay.
All floor is yours now.
Assalamu alaikum. Is it my turn to speak?
Please, the floor is yours, brother.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. In order to facilitate time management, let me directly dive into the subject assigned to me, namely good governance, the bedrock of a stable nation, the role of the Sri Lankan Muslim expatriates. This brief presentation consists of 4 parts: an introductory analysis, secondly, a synopsis on what is meant by good governance, third, proposed action by the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims, and fourth, how the Muslim expatriates can engage in this exercise. I may take about roughly 15 minutes for this presentation. So let me begin with the introductory analysis. This would help to understand the bankrupt status of the country today and give us also an understanding as to what created that situation. Several factors can be identified. The different governments, especially Rajapaksas, I have to say Rajapaksas because that is the name by which the previous government was called commonly by everyone. So they heavily borrowed finances to fund the civil war in Sri Lanka. They then continued to borrow monies to build a lot of fancy infrastructure projects that didn't give any returns or less returns. Then in the year 2019, after Gotabaya Rajapaksa came to power, he slashed taxes. Thereby,
draining the government coffers of valuable funds that is needed to run the country. The government's agricultural policy on organic farming resulted in a disaster, which reduced tea production and domestic food production. Added to that was the COVID-19 pandemic, which cut off tourism, depriving the country of valuable foreign exchange. As a ripple effect of all this, exports from Sri Lanka, like tea, garments, etc., took a collateral hit, further reducing foreign exchange earnings into the country. The expatriate community, which used to approximately remit approximately about $7 billion annually, also reduced or found other ways of sending in their monies to Sri Lanka, because they were also fed up with the corruption and the fiscal mismanagement by the government. Finally, what happened was we had a total debt of approximately $51 billion. And we had to service those debts annually in the range of $4 to $5 billion up to 2026. And currently the inflation rate in the country is above 60%. In the global corruption index, Sri Lanka was 94 ranked out of 180 countries in the year 2020. In 2021, it became worst and was ranked 102 out of 180 countries. The reason for this disaster overall is the lack of good governance. Now, having briefly understood the background, we will now move on to see what is meant by good governance. Now, good governance in principle is to promote accountability, transparency, efficiency, and rule of law at all levels. The idea is to make governments responsible and to ensure that governments function in a manner that meets the needs of the people. By adopting good governance principles, there can be efficient management of human capital, economic and financial resources for equitable and sustainable development. And most importantly, good governance is an effective tool to minimize corruption. Several world bodies like the World Bank, the IMF, the UNESCO, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. These world bodies and many others have adopted the concept of good governance. In fact, in the 1990s, it was the World Bank which first recognized and adopted the principles of good governance when it lended money to developing countries, because they wanted to make sure that the money that they lend to these developing countries, most of which were also in the practice of corruption, they wanted to make sure that these funds go to the proper sources and for the proper purposes for which these funds were given. Therefore, this good governance regime were introduced by the World Bank in the 1990s. Now, what will come to the third part of it, of my presentation. Now, what can the World Forum of Sri Lanka Muslims do in this regard? I have identified 2 action programs which I think is sufficient, because each of these action program is very heavy in its content. So whatever action or whatever strategies that we adopt, we need to look at the practicality, the reality, and see whether we can achieve such strategies or program of action. Therefore, I decided only on 2 program of action. First, to lobby for the creation of a commissioner for good governance. Secondly, to strengthen the rule of law and repeal of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, which is commonly called as the PTA. Now, with regard to lobbying for the creation of a commissioner for good governance, there has been a draft document already developed by a civil society organization in Sri Lanka that would very much help us in our effort. I can pass that document to the Secretary General by email. I can send the link and you can access that document, because that document has a lot of things that would be very, very important for what we are also looking at. And secondly, there is also a commission already established in Tanzania, which is called the Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance. In Tanzania, what they have done is they have coupled both human rights and good governance together under one commissioner. In Sri Lanka, we already have a human rights commission, but we do not have a good governance commissioner. And that is what we must be lobbying to establish. We can have it separately, or we can merge it with the Human Rights Commission also. That's an operational matter to be decided. So what we can do is, we can make use of this document that is there already by the civil society organization, and we can get some inspiration by going into the law relating to the Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance in Tanzania, and create a hybrid document for our purpose. Create a hybrid document with that and with this, and select the best out of both these laws, and then create a hybrid document. And this document will be objectively focusing on the commission, serving as an independent national level oversight institution mandated to protect human rights and to ensure good governance at governmental level and at bureaucratic level. The final document that we propose to make, the hybrid document, shall be the document with which all the lobbying activities can be pursued. The second thing that I propose is to strengthen the rule of law and lobbying for the repeal of the Prevention of Terrorist Act, Prevention of Terrorism Act, PTA. That is the second proposal that I wish to put forward. Now, under a power-centric executive presidency, the implementation of the rule of law can be challenging. We have seen that, and experience tells us how friends, relations, politicians have not been prosecuted, although there is ample evidence to prosecute them. That is because of the power-centric executive presidency. He can wield power, he can wield the influence, and then do whatever he wants. So this is a big hurdle. We have two options there also. One is either we lobby to do away with the executive presidency, and this lobbying is already there in the country, or work to reduce the powers of the executive president and transfer those powers to the parliament, more like the Westminster style of government in the UK, or like we had before the republic, before we became a republic. Now, a course of action to be followed for this purpose has been given in a summary which I sent to the Secretary General. I hope you all have that, and I don't want to repeat it here for sake of time. Now, having identified the action that has to be taken, it becomes necessary to explore how the Muslim expatriates can engage in this exercise. Now, focusing on the engagement part, I have read recently of a concept called the Open Government Partnership. Now, this concept is recognized worldwide by many countries. It is called OGP, Open Government Partnership. What the OGP aims at is basically civic engagement. It wants public participation in the policy making, policy formulation, decision making stages of the government and the bureaucracy. Thereby, there is greater participation into the making of policies, participation from the side of the civil society, plus that also opens up what is called transparency and provides the opportunity for the civil society and the citizens to monitor and evaluate governmental activities or activities of the bureaucracy of the government. Now, this is the concept of open government partnership. The partnership between the government and civil society. Moreover, even in the 17-goal plan of the sustainable development of the United Nations, goal number 16 and 17 has reference to this. For example, goal number 16 of the sustainable development plan of the United Nations, it says there must be strong peace and justice institutions. Strong peace and justice institutions. The objective of that is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, which will enable access to justice for all, the majority, the minority, the marginalized, all communities, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. This is goal number 16. And goal number 17 speaks about the partnership to achieve this goal. The partnership between the government plus the public. So it's a public-private civil society partnership. Moreover, this partnership is beneficial for the government because the politicians, all of them are not experts in a given field. All of them do not have the exposure and the experience in a certain or in a given field. Now, this public participation, public partnership will be a conduit to bring in expertise, experience, and exposure of the civil society into government policy formulation, government decision making. So by this, the nation also will be benefited. Now, the question, why am I highlighting these institutions and these concepts? The reason for highlighting these institutions and these concepts is to give us the legitimacy to engage in these exercises based on concepts developed, recognized, and adopted by world bodies and several countries. Therefore, it will enhance our ability to lobby effectively. We will be welcomed when we go and sit and talk on these lines. We will be welcome because we are not creating something, but we are only pursuing something that has already been established by world institutions and several countries accepted by several countries in the world. Now, there are two ways in which the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims can contribute to this open government partnership. There are two ways. One is by participating and engaging locally. By locally, I mean in Sri Lanka. And secondly, by international lobbying using the diaspora. That would be the expatriate function. Of course, local engagement will require to work with civil society organizations here in Sri Lanka. And for this, we have to mobilize the support of lawyers, professionals, people from different fields, experts from different fields, academics, even corporates, as part of that civil society mobilization. With that also will come what is called capacity building, because we may have to build capacity and educate, inform, have awareness programs for these people so that they can take forward the vision that we have, or the program of action that has been identified. There is a need to develop a proper program, a proper plan, which will assess the current situation of both these proposed areas, and a program planning, the implementation part of it, and monitoring and evaluating progress. In this exercise, there also is a need for what is called organizational cohesion, because multiple organizations will be engaged in this or part of these activities. Now, when these organizations work in isolation, the power it has is not the same that it would be when all are in one cohesive body. In other words, the unity would create more strength than working in isolation. So therefore, organizational cohesion will have to be identified and pursued. And it is also important to work with individuals, also to work with other communities. This is not only a Muslim affair, this is a national affair. Therefore, it is very, very important that we engage even people of other communities in this exercise, political leaders of different political parties, because we do not have any political alliance with anyone. We have a common goal, which is at a national level for the benefit of the country. So we will engage even politicians in this exercise. Then the second part of action would be international lobbying using the diaspora. For this, of course, with the final document in the hand and the roadmap as to how it should be achieved, the diaspora has a huge responsibility to explore geopolitical and diplomatic level engagements. Some of the institutions that can influence, institutions that can influence decision making in Sri Lanka, like the United Nations Human Rights Council, the EU, the Commonwealth Secretariat, the World Bank, IMF, the Asian Development Bank, embassies, high commissions, and lobbying members of parliament of those various countries. For example, if it is Canada or UK or Australia or wherever, get the members of parliament also to lobby on behalf of this, to put pressure in order to ensure that these goals of the World Muslim Forum is achieved. Steps are taken towards realizing those goals. Well, that pretty much sums up my brief outline on the subject. I can be around if you require any further clarification. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Jazakallah khair, brother, for that. so for the next speaker, Dr. Said Hussein Abdi. He's principal of GVISS. He's a senior lecturer and the head of trainer and education in IOAC, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The topic he will be addressing us today will be pluralism is a journey, not a destination, exploring Sri Lankan Muslim diversity with collective identity. Inshallah, please welcome to our virtual floor, Dr. Said Hussein Abdi.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. Thank you very much, MC. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا لقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. Praise due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Peace and blessing be upon the final Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. President and Chairman of Canadian Sri Lankan Muslim Association, Brother Agar Bari, Rizwan A. Wahab, Secretary General, Halim Usman, Treasurer, the today's conference MC, physical participants, VIPs, brothers and sisters, those who participate, around 17, 18 participants on Zoom. Dear brothers and sisters around the world, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And I can say good afternoon in Toronto. And here we can say a very good evening, and some places good morning. First of all, I would like to appeal the creator of the universe, Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to grant us great patience and patience in this world, sabr, to carry on the da'wah, the works that we are carrying on in this world, inshallah. And I pray to him to grant us success here and hereafter. Dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, let me go directly to my topic due to the time constraint. Actually, I am seeing the pluralism as a coin which has two sides. In a pluralistic society, diversity should be seen as a source of strength. Societies can become healthier, more stable, and prosperous. But there is another side of the coins, if you ask me. If we fail to manage the conflict pressures and the pluralistic inevitability which brings negative impact. It's now, if you ask me, you leave the political system today, special reference to Sri Lanka, and they may turn not only these coins will have no sides, also there will be, the coins will be no longer, it may be still stolen or destroyed because of their own political agenda and political victory that we are seeing in our actual practice. Of course, I agree with those who say that pluralism in a country, in a society, in area is a key challenge, or in the world for the 21st century. But this is because of no proper institutions and policies to manage and control those political systems that we are having. We can see a special difference with our country. We see this political pluralistic places, countries, the whole communities can be feel marginalized and oppressed. There can be conflict that we are and violence that we are witnessing. I strongly disagree. Some look at recent developments and claim that our world is becoming fragmented into different civilizations, but I see the world coming together in one global civilization to which each of us brings our own traditions, culture, and as well as beliefs. Islam has taught me that whatever our background, what unites us is far greater than what divides us. Ladies and gentlemen, the true Islamic way of life has also taught me that strong, healthy, and cohesive societies are built on three pillars: peace and security, development, and rule of law, respect, dignity for all human and their differences that are bring for it. The Quranic verses that I have read, and before that, dear brothers and sisters, the essence of principle of Islam is the oneness of God, which is Tawheed, all of us know. The oneness of God connected to oneness of humanity. Oneness of one God and one humanity, what we can say that with equal dignity. The Quran says, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have given the dignity to all these sons of the Adam, that means the human being. So this concept clearly states that the pluralism or the diversity in living, diversity in this world, right, that bring humans, right, one another to respect and to live, to understand. ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها. Another ayah from the source of Al-Quran, from Quran, that we created out of you, man and woman, you to live one another. Man and woman, man for woman, woman for man. So here also we can see that pluralism is one of the important components that we can use it for our peaceful world, for our success of this world and hereafter. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدًا. So if Muslims feel, or any society feel, or the other people of belief feel that they only have to be in this world, right? We have to look into this ayah, dear brothers and sisters, especially our Muslims in Sri Lanka. Allah himself says, وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدًا. If Allah wish, and he had made it only one community. but he has created so many we to live together. But you have to listen to the next one. وَلَوْ لَا دَفَعَ اللَّهُ النَّاسَ بِبَعْضِكُمْ بِبَعْضٍ لَفَسَدَتِ الْأَرْضُ. Then this ayah, the ayah that we are listening, that if Allah don't prevent the people, right, from one another, they have made the world is conflict place. They destroyed. So because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created different society, different color, different languages, even different belief that they have, is in Islamic traditions, it has been fully explained that this is the true nature, this is reality, with these differences that we have to live. Then the first ayah that I have read in the beginning, Ya ayyuhan nas, O dear people. The Quran is addressing to the entire humanity. Inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha. We have created you from one man and one woman into different color, different shape, and with different cultures and different language and different ways. But very importantly, we need to look into the Quranic guidance. Wherever that Allah commanded us to share the Islamic way of life, it's all of them addressing to the people, those who are sharing the Islam to others. It is not talk about the people, those who are receiving the message. That the people, those who are sharing the message, Allah has addressed. For example, ayah, ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmah wal maw'izati al hasana wajadilhum billati ahsan. And this ayah is very clear that when you call people, when you are sharing and living, you have to have the wisdom of knowing them, wisdom of dealing with them, the wisdom of that what they are about, what religion they have, what culture they have, who are they, and what language they are speaking, and what is the norm they adopt, and what is their background and their field and their understanding and their skills. All those things the person who is dealing with them must have. That's called hikmah. You have to know that. وَالْمَوْعِظَةِ الْحَسَنَةِ. Right, your dealing must be excellent. The excellent way based on the people, based on they are cultural and religious and the ethical differences. And wajadilhum billati ahsan. When you talk to them, you have to choose the communication, the information that you are sharing with them should be excellent. So this ayah, even people taking as doing da'wah, but this ayah itself, dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, is teaching us how we have to be. So the Muslim society have to use in Sri Lanka, on the other part of the world, that the pluralism or the diversity is a very, very great opportunity for us, right, to live, to understand others, right, to live with them and ensure them, be a role model, right, be a role model to produce peace. And we also have to, as what is normally people now understood, that we have to also, especially before we approach and before deal them, we have to accept them. The Quranic traditions is that Allah is the one who created all those pluralistic society, and there are differences, then we have to fully accept them. Dear brothers and sisters, for there can be no longer term security without development. So no longer term development without, again, security, and no society can longer remain prosperous or secure, right, without respect for their own yeah, mistake. I'm sorry, mistakenly. I think this is mute. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not shy away from the fact that pluralistic society, they have their own various nature, and these natures may be a challenge for the other community. They also they bring with them the competing claims or enlightenments, but each of which we can justify, and each of which we can understand, and we can adopt, and we have to live. Finally, there is a poem says that life is too short but feel pretty long. There is too much to do, so much going wrong, and most of the time you struggle to be strong before it's too late and it's time to go ahead. So let us, the Muslim society, live as great Muslims and very good example for others, and accept the variety, that we are having, the diversity, as Quran has clearly stated us and commanded us. This world is full of diversity, and everyone has their own dignity, and as well, everyone must have their own what do you call that, own rights, So let us understand the reality, and then we will be the main society to develop ourselves, and to deal with others with all those hikmah and all those what we call that mau'izatul hasana, and dealing with them billati hiya ahsan, means the better way. With that, I think I have a few suggestions that to be read here. We'll take another few minutes only. We ourselves should forget our political differences. Right? We don't want to argue. You see, a brother was suddenly talking about someone when I have written to them in a group that this is the best manner we can deal, but suddenly saying that not that, but this person is better than that person. Brother, what I can tell that brother, your friendship and your brotherhood is much better than much important than for me. Talking about that political leader and this political leader and what they have done and what they don't have done. That's very, very important. So choosing and electing political parties and politicians that should be, those who have concern on the public, compassion, love and care for people, and then also enlightenment of a traditional government body with full of executive powers to establish in a neutral environment for the traditions, and exclusive national dialogue should be there, and then review of the constitutional order and very good legal system which is equal to everybody, which accepting the pluralistic society, the diversity and the religious diversity, cultural diversity, and together, and then continuous of government institutions and qualified staffs and government officers has to be there. The commitment to accountability and national reconciliations and comprehensive package of traditional justice, to be established, and all those a few very quick suggestions that we have to look into. And with that, dear brothers and sisters, I would like to thank the organizers and our brothers and sisters for this opportunity. Walillahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And very good evening to you all. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
That was a very empowering speech, and we're grateful for the pieces of advice. We will now open the floor for questions and answers and comments of today's event. That would include questions for the investors now, and for, I guess, the chairman, secretary general, and the team leaders of the morning session. Inshallah. The discussion here.
According to the program, we are supposed to have a discussion. I don't know whether you all are ready to discuss or going to conclude, and we can come to a conclusion based on what we heard. So there are so many options. I can see people are tired. We have another function in the evening. So it's up to you all. If you want to have a discussion, we can open the door, we can sit there and discuss what they spoken by the two speakers. It's up to us, because the idea is to it's up to us. I'll hand it over what you're going to do.
Thank you so much for Dr. Abdeen and Brother Master Yusuf. I have some notes here as well. So what we will do now is to question.
I asked.
Yeah, if there's any question, you can. I think they are still online. Yeah. Yeah. If you got any question, you can ask for the next one. Okay. Dr. Abdeen is there, I believe. So if you have any question, you can ask him. If not, we can go back to the back room. And there are a couple of tables, we can sit around and discuss these two areas. I will give you some points as well, so that you can think what the key points that we can come up with it. So whether any relevance to the pluralism and coexistence, and as well as the topic of Brother Mas Yusuf. And if you can come up with at least one or two areas where you think the World Forum can proceed in implementing. Either the global voice for unity, pluralism, and what the community can do, how much the community can support us to do this, or what are the areas that the World Forum should take a direction as far as the community is concerned. Consider the two topics, how much influence the World Forum can do with the politicians as far as anything that we can do about it, and whether we should be able to be a supporting organization or lobbying organization, or whether we want to be talking about things where politically get too involved and get things done. So, but with all limitations are there for the World Forum, without capacity and resources available to us, how we can go forward. So these are for you all to come up with few ideas. You don't need to we have got a smaller group, so probably about 2 tables or 3 tables. Each can come up with, I'll give you whatever support, and Ali was not, Rehan is also there. And we will see how much support we can give you and then come up with something. So if you have any question, you can ask him, otherwise we'll go. We should be knocking off in about half an hour's time maximum. If you come up with session, we'll finish it up by 2:30 the latest, yeah? Okay, thank you.
I believe it would be best if we remain here, because we do have some members online. They can also then participate if we remain in this area, inshallah. He said no, participants.
A dozen or
Just divide the room into half.
12.
Okay, all right, so we could either divide up in groups or stay as you are, as you wish.
Yeah, well, what we can do is we can get few more people moving on this side. So we have about 2 groups, and we put the chairs around. Yeah, so whoever want to move on this side, will go over and we get 2 groups. And then we can start going there, the others in the Zoom. And about 17 people are joining the Zoom right here. So they all can listen what we are discussing here. Okay, thanks. So please, so you put the chairs around it. Yeah.
So participants on Zoom, you are welcome to join the discussion as well.
We'll ask them to raise their
There are questions or comments from participants on Zoom, please raise your hand and our host will reply.
Okay, let's shall we, can somebody help us? Let's put somebody else around, please, if you can. Yeah. Yeah, can you put this class around? Okay, come please sit up. When you want to join here? You're going? Yeah, I'm going to come there. Okay, let me.
It might be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm just going to be sorry. Hello? Hello, yeah, okay, for both teams, I'm going to give you some clues, right? We can pick this up in the next second, what I'm going to say, so you can see what area is good for you. I've got a small summary, right? Okay, the introductory, this is about muscles. So, this one you can speak before the mic. Yeah. transparency and rule of law at all levels to make government responsible and make function to meet the needs of the people. So he says to take the need of the people, right, on this accountability and efficiency part of it, what he says is good governance is essential, right? And it's not society's point of view, the general public point of view, what he says is good governance is to assist societies to develop an effective government within democratic system. What he says on a democratic system, an effective government when coming from the governance point of view for the general public. And he also talks about implementing the development principle through engagement with citizen and civil society. So what he says is that civil society must get engaged in the inclusive development. That is one of the theme of the forum, to get inclusive development, which is on poverty, on education, on the housing, all that area will come into inclusive development of a country. So he says through good governance, right, do that, the people must get together, as a society, for them to get inclusively get involved in activities of the government to get the development done. Right? And also he was talking about the several bodies that is giving World Bank and all the rest of it. And he talks about lobbying, creation of commission of good governance, anything the rule of law. He's giving some ideas what kind of thing can be done. He talks about lobbying for creation of commission of good governance by suggesting all this for government to do, strengthening the rule of law, and repeat the PTA. So that is one of the key points you have to remember. World Forum is also fighting to repeat the PTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act. We say we can, but the government is changing now. They're coming to bureau. Yeah. So few things like that we can talk about, right? And for this purpose, there has been a draft document. He talks about all the documents which came in, so relevant. But then I don't go into all the law and the details coming in on that. So he says conduct promotional initiative to raise public awareness, understanding of human rights and principle of good governance among the public and other stakeholders, parliament, judiciary, police, citizen media, local authorities, share knowledge and human rights and principle of good governance. He is telling the public to learn about all these things, teach yourself what has to be done about it. If you are not aware of about all these things, you can't sort of confront or to oppose government or whatever you want to do or to fight for your own rights. You can't do it unless you know about it, for the human rights and all that. Okay, and these are the other key one. This is to strengthen the rule of law and repeat PTA. Under the power of centric executive president, the implementation of the rule of law can be challenged. Multi-stakeholder partnership with professional, field expert, share your knowledge with expert in technology, constitutional safeguard, ensuring separation of powers, yes, another good one, proper check and balances, another good one, judicial review of legislation, it talks about judicial review, broaden the fundamental right regime, ensuring an independent judiciary by reviewing the Justice Service Commission. Yeah. A few more here, and he also talking about how the Muslim, this is his last part of his speech, he talks about how the Muslim expatriate can get engaged. So he's recommending open, I remember he's talking about open government partnership. Yeah, he talked about open government partnership. Calls for a global culture of government that empowers and delivers the citizen, right? And advance the ideal of open, participatory or 21st century government. He's saying that all the people in the country, society must get involved in participatory government, right? Put their ideas into it and tell the government how they expect the government to run. That's it. And then he talks about the United Nations, what is happening in the UN, he gives numbers and all that type of thing. Then let's talk a little bit about participatory engagement locally. Mobilization of civil activism in relation to the selected activities. Civil activism also needs capacity building. This involves using their knowledge and skill and training them in areas where they lack expertise. This will give them ownership and responsibility in the matter they engage in. He also says a proper program of development is essential. This will include assessment of current situation, program planning, implementation, monitoring, all that. And then he also talks about provincial and the national governmental bodies to coordinate the society's recommendation and suggestion. You want all these Pradesh Sabha, provincial council also to be involved, right? So those are the main area. And of course, he said about international lobbying for the diaspora, the final part of the speech. Yeah, and he said, with the developed final document and the roadmap to achieve them, intervention at a geopolitical and diplomatic level have to be explored. Some institution has that can influence decision making in Sri Lanka, UNHCR, and all the other things. So what he says is the societies must get involved with all these world organization, IMF, World Bank, and all the rest of it, and the diaspora. He's asking the diasporas to get involved with all these organizations and try and see how much they can support. So this is the brief of what Dr. Masyusuf. And the other one is, very brief that I tell you. Dr. Hafi talked about the majority of the idea came from Quranic verses, which are not sort of expert on that to repeat over that. But I will give you a brief on that. He is talking about the equal dignity. He's talking about the equal dignity of people and pluralism and coexistence, part and parcel of Islam, which is already there. So he says to go along with Islamic view as a world view of Islam worldwide. Right, so that we all can get together and receive the Islamic side of it and bringing the pluralism and coexistence together. So how can the people can work together and coexist? In one of my speeches, that of course I didn't expand on it because it's too much for me at that time. So the coexistence relates to everyone in the country, the majority committee and minority committee come together and coexist, right? So that is the major idea. So that of course you all know how it works in the country, how the majority committee is retreating the minority or not, I don't know, retreating, but how they are working, racism, right, and hate, all that is coming in now. So you all have to decide coexistence, what are the key points you can think of to bring coexistence in Sri Lanka. A lot of books are already written about this thing, but let us bring something unique here. But you all think how we can work closely with the majority community, how best the Sri Lankan families and Muslims can work with us to bring about good governance and also how people can live in peace and harmony. Okay, I leave it here. Thank you.
I think brave slot, after lunch, I think the strong from that.
Can somebody leave this? Somebody can take over. Take over.
Also already in place. There are organizations, like governmental organizations, all participants identified. But the problem is government is no government. Police people, no is avoiding
The fire here. I'm just gonna get to the place of action. I think
anything change in our lifetime.
Attendance as well. So we have
I'm taking this.
It's on video, yeah. So Facebook is good, it's all there, on Facebook. YouTube, what happened, we have a
There is no more taking
System
place,
doesn't
yeah.
allow
There is no real effect of
So there are small,
and
So why?
then for the
I suggest that you
And this is with the
You're supposed to be here. You are Yeah, so I think and especially people in our I think I saw these never brought up. And I think so now they can't go down this pressure. And what they're doing is they're not doing that other the what's it called? They're not, it's not even, it's a brand.
good job. One group's ahead of the game. What about this group here?
Young man, welcome.
Young man, you're behind the scenes, well, let's go. You need to hand that in.
You had lady later. Yes.
No addition needed. Exactly. For your reference, really. Well, you can just give a debrief, 30 seconds out of it.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so.
Okay, so what we talked about was a little bit, we're talking about the lobbying aspect, and we really want to clarify, like, what are we lobbying for? What is that vision, right? Because it doesn't seem that we have a clear, like, what exactly do we want? We're lobbying for the Sri Lankan Muslim community, but what's actually our values? What do we actually want to do? Talked a little bit about counterterrorism and stuff like that, but I'm not going to go into that. Supporting, so there was an idea about supporting civil activism groups, so we can kind of directly influence, indirectly influence, while kind of remaining on a good stance with the governments. But then also then a point was brought up that maybe we should separate the lobbying and the charity work, because maybe they don't go together so well. We need to kind of build strength if we are going to, really be lobbying governments. And there's also a point brought up about changing the country from within, right? Actually doing grassroots projects, actually educating them, empowering them and helping them and letting them from within the country kind of start to make a change, because that's honestly how we can actually do it, aside from the lobbying. But a point was brought up as well that the lobbying does work. An example with Imran Khan, it does work. And yes, I brought up a point about using the resources that we have in Sri Lanka, actually getting jobs for people using natural resources and empowering them in that way, while also bringing up their finances and bringing money for lobbying as well. And finally, I think the main point that was brought up in our discussion was the awareness of this organization, right, of the World Forum. Because if we're not outreaching to other organizations to collaborate with them, and if you guys are talking about wanting the participants and you want the members, you need to outreach to the heads of these other organizations, so we can get involved and we can know what's happening and we can unify, inshallah. Right? That's a summary. Is that a good summary of what we talked about? Yes. All right.
Adam, for that summary. So alhamdulillah, we have now come to a close, but before we do conclude, we have a few words of word of thanks from our team.
Group B.
Oh, Group B, yes. Would you like to voice your opinion? 30 seconds? I'll give you 30 seconds. It was 30 seconds.
Right. So we felt professionals ignored the situation there, so we want to lobby the professionals more there, so that we love in what we say, so just to act independently. And try and change the constitution, as they said, we're going to be changed to according to needs of people rather than politicians rather than people, so that also very important. In future, include these programs in other languages as well, Tamil, Sinhala. That's 30 seconds.
Fantastic. We know who's really good at his job. Mashallah. It's prompt, I like that. Very nice time management. Okay, so we have come to a close, inshallah, so we're gonna hear, inshallah, we're gonna hear a few words of thanks from Brother Wfslm. So just a little bit about him. He's a membership team leader And he is also a former president of the CSMA. He has a degree in finance and accounting from the States. He's IBM certified in network systems and programming. He was also formerly in the management of five-star hotels in several countries. Presently, he's a controller of one of the top hospitality companies in Canada. Please welcome Wfslm for a lot of thanks.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. It has been a great day, isn't it? Yes. Honestly, it has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the Wfslm, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairman, Brother Agabari, Secretary General, Brother Rizwan, Treasurer Halim Osman MB, Brother Samin for providing this gorgeous event room, complimentary. Sister Rayhana Bahari for being the moderator, Brother Rizvi Bashir for reciting Qiraat, Dua, Brother Nabil Rusti, technical coordinator, Brothers Ubaid Deen and Yahya Deen for their support in social media, managing slide presentations and other numerous technical aspects. The ladies, Nadabar, Asia Deen, Yumna, Rifai, organizing the refreshments, catering and service. Very good service. Wasim Faisal, Rifti Hadi, Naufal Abdul Qadir, Nizam Siddiq, Nizam Hashim, Ishan Samsuddin, all put in their big efforts. Last but not least, the chairman of the organizing committee, Brother Ziyaddin. Thank you, esteemed attendees, delegates from overseas, all online participants for making the time to be with us today. A wide round of applause to all. Thank you, one and all. Allahu Akbar.
One more addition to what Afzal said, I must impress upon the biggest gratitude of the World Forum to our chairman and to the organized committee chairman, Mr. Ziyaddin. I just don't want to say simply thank you. He has done a great job. I must, because World Forum has a habit of recognizing people. So every single person of the World Forum, when they achieve something, when they do something to the forum and to the community, we recognize straight away. I am from JCs as well. JC, the organization, we recognize individuals from young and old and very old. So that habit has come from the age of 18 to me. So even if they walk in at a meeting room last, we still recognize him. We don't say, why do you come last, where were you? All that type of thing, we don't say nothing. Even if he comes 1 hour late, we still welcome him and give him a seat. We interrupt our meeting, we stop the meeting and welcoming him. That is exactly what we did when Jazal Marzouk walked in today. So that habit has been now progressed. We don't want to ignore the person who is walking in late and not saying nothing, and he comes and sits somewhere in a corner and then he takes further. So we don't want to do that. So that practice the World Forum starting. So we are done it at this AGM with Jazal Marzouk when he came a bit late. So he was recognized. So anyway, so I'm coming back to Ziyaddin. He has done a great, even though a small number, even if it's one person, this would have been successful. So all your participants, I'm thankful to you, especially Ziyaddin and his whole team. We have Brother Afzal has very clearly mentioned all the names. On top of that, we have got loads of other people from the PRM team. The whole organizing part was done in London with the PRM team. All these logos, all the preparation, all the agendas, all that. The preparation of the initial activity was done by the PRM team under my leadership and Asim Hamza. So if there are anybody listening, we must thank them as well. So overall, responsibility is Ziadi. So he has taken the full responsibility to get this done here, and also in London, we had an organizing team consisting of 7 people. That is the organizing team which did all the work, in addition to the organizing team in Canada. So let me once again thank Ziadi and his team and the rest of it. Right. Hello, Ziadi, I'm talking about you. Hello? You are looking tall or what? Hello? Hello?
He wants us to bring those things to the hall.
Yeah. I'm talking about you now. Thanking you. So that is getting recorded somewhere. All right, Ziadi. I'll catch up with you in a few seconds. Yeah, we are going to finish it 2:30 because I put the time as 2:30, so I should finish by 2:30. Thank you. So because our target is 2:30, so we should finish. Anyway, anything else, brothers, you want to ask me before we finish? Because the thank you part is over, but still, you might have something worrying you. If there's anything, you can ask me for the new circle. Yeah? Yeah, we are just finished. Thank you so much.
Inshallah, I just wanted to say before I go about how the organizing committee was able to make this event very successful, and for all of us to be part of this great forum, so that we can effect change. And we can effect changes with all your support and all your engagement. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it a means of success for the people to come unto the day of judgment. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم ربنا رب ارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا ربنا هب لنا من ازواجنا وذرياتنا قرة اعين واجعلنا للمتقين اماما. اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الاحياء منهم والاموات انك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين. وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. صلى الله على محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. صلى الله على محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. صلى الله على محمد يا ربي صل وسلم.
See you all in the evening. Inshallah.
from business to the sciences, or the academia to the arts and everything in between. Muslim Canadians have made an enormous contribution to Canada, which we all enjoy today. This is also a special time for us to honor and acknowledge that the land we're standing on today is the territory belonging to the indigenous people of Canada, passionately known as the First Nations. To name a few, they are the Wendat peoples, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe tribes, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Chippewa tribal bands. This is home to a diverse First Nations, the Métis, and the Inuit tribal bands. We also acknowledge that Toronto has signed Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties with the multiple Mississaugas and the Chippewa tribal bands. The idea to bring about 500,000 Sri Lankan Muslims scattered around the globe under one banner was conceived in the year 2000. But it didn't really take shape until 10 years later, that was 2014, and that too, after the very nasty incidents of racial incitement, racial riots, that our brothers and sisters back home endured in silence. This was amplified with the unfortunate events of the Easter Sunday massacre of 2019 that provoked a few elders to expedite the formation of this forum. Thus, on 18th October 2018, the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims had its first gathering in Harrow, Middlesex, United Kingdom, amidst a distinguished gathering. Today, I'm delighted to call upon the founder president, who is ever so anxious to extend a warm welcome to all of you and speak a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Captain Aga Bari. Members of Sri Lanka Community Association, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I'm so glad to stand in front of you to welcome each and every one of you for taking the time to attend this 10th annual celebration of Islam History Month, which is coinciding with our third AGM of the World Forum for Muslims. As explained by the MC, we have over 500 Sri Lankan Muslims living abroad. In the year 2005, some of us got together. We had formed a group known as, at that time there was no WhatsApp group or there was no Zoom group, but it was only email group. It was a yahoo.com Sri Lankan Muslim. But it was open for every one of them, whether they are living in Sri Lanka or living abroad. Halfway through the group, in the year 2005 or 2007, somewhere around that time, we said, oh, we should have some association collecting all the Sri Lankan Muslims across the world. So that is how the idea of the Sri Lankan Muslim came. Alhamdulillah, from there they are been working, but you will be surprised to know how disunited Muslims were, especially Sri Lankan Muslims. We could not agree on the name of the forum. It took us 12 years to come out of that shell. Finally, we said, we will have a forum that will carry the taste or flavor of Sri Lankan Muslim. But still, they didn't want to agree because Australian wanted a different name connected to Australia. Americans wanted, I'm talking about Sri Lankan Muslims living in those countries. However, I got fed up and I handed over to Rizwan Mahai, who was Secretary of the Cosmos in UK. In the year 2019, after about 17 years or so, it got launched on 19th of October 2019 by the High Council of Sri Lanka in UK. At that point, they appointed me as the chairman, Secretary General Rizwan, and Treasurer. Now, that was the appointment of the Board of Management. We had to gather the people around. How do we do that? We had to structure it in such a way that we get all the information. It is not easy getting the information together, forming an association that will give equal chances to all the people around the world. Alhamdulillah, with a difficult and heavy task, we formed it, and today when I at my inaugural speech in the UK, I said we will have a physical conference in Toronto in the year to come. Unfortunately, COVID, we could not meet or we could not make it. Allah has given us a chance. So I'm so delighted and happy today, being the chairman of the Sri Lankan having the conference coinciding with Islamic History Month, which was proclaimed by the government of Canada in 2007, recognizing the services given by the Muslims to Canada. Alhamdulillah, we are very grateful to Canada, and I'm sure our MP will endorse that. Alhamdulillah, today I see almost all the associations have come under one roof. This is a difficult task we had to bring all together, because our theme is unity. It doesn't matter include diversity, but it has to be included together. Inclusion, diversity and inclusion. So, alhamdulillah, this particular function has brought all of us together. When I can see all the associations, even though they are not coming yet, but the associations are represented, and the heads of the association will be on table to show the unity of Sri Lankan Muslims. Alhamdulillah, I hope we have initiated it, it will go on forever. I don't want to take all your time, there's so many people ready to speak about various things. In the meantime, I would like to thank our speakers, especially Nauman Ashraf, Brother Ashraf, who we were supposed to bring a good, what do you call it, the speaker from Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, we are unable to get the visa. Since he could not come, he will be appearing on the Zoom today. So instead of going and I called Professor Nauman Ashraf, he readily accepted and he is here with his whole family. He is I'm grateful to you, Dr. Professor Ashraf. And here, Imam Bata, among busy schedule, he has accepted our invitation. Of course, Ms. Salma is always in touch, and our new executive high commissioner, he has come all the way from whatever, where is coming. So I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you very much. And I will thank the coordinators of the Wfslm, which is the United Muslim Council of Canada. That is all the umbrella type of organization bring all the associations together. So in fact, this function would have been successful if not for the hard work put up by our coordinating manager, JRT, assisted by the coordinators of the facility. So thank you all of you. And I say from my heart, I am the happiest man today because my dream has come true. I only hope the youngsters will take over and carry on with it.
Thank you, Captain Agawapri. That was very nice of you, and I'm sure you're a happy man today.
I would now like to call upon Brother Siddiq Mahmood from the United Sri Lanka Muslim Community of Canada to say a few words.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي اللهم صل على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد. Dear respected ulamas, particularly High Commissioner, Member of Parliament, Chairman, General Secretary, Treasurer of the World Forum, and members who are present here physically and on Zoom, members of local associations, and distinguished ladies, gentlemen, brothers, sisters, and my friends. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As the Chief Coordinator of United Sri Lanka Muslim Community of Canada, member organizations, I humbly welcome you all to join us to celebrate the 10th Islamic History Month celebration of 2022, which coincides with the 3rd annual conference of World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims here in Toronto. I welcome all of you once again. I pray wholeheartedly for a successful and a memorable event tonight. Please join me and the rest of United Sri Lankan Muslim Community of Canada members, member organizations, World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslim and Ceylon Muslim in celebrating tonight's event. For those who have not heard about USLMCC, I'll just give a small briefing about USLMCC. You see the brochure as well. USLMCC stands for United Sri Lanka Muslim Community of Canada, was founded in 2018 to work in collaboration and in coordination with 16 Sri Lankan Muslim organizations in Toronto. The main objective is to maintain unity within the community organizations and to be the collective voice of the Sri Lankan Muslim living in Canada. The current coordinating committee consists of 7 members: Brother Faisal, Muhammad Nazir, Rizvi Bashir, Dr. Aslam Hassan, Muhammad Ishaq Hassanat, Faris Majid, and Muhammad Hakim, and me. A warm wishes to the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims on this historic event. We also wish the Ceylon Muslim Foundation of Canada for the Islamic History Month ceremony. Jazakallah khairan. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Brother Siddiq. I would like to now call upon another member of the Forum's Executive Committee. This gentleman has flown all the way from the United Kingdom. I spoke to him about 3 nights ago, and what saddened me most was that he was a student in Canada doing a 4-year undergraduate program, and he decides to ditch us and go and claim his allegiance with Her Majesty the Queen of England in 1977. Now that, to me, was very disheartening. How can you leave Canada and such beautiful people? That was, anyway. This gentleman is also a founding member of the World Forum. He's also a founding member of Cosmos UK, another organization in the United Kingdom. He was one of the 7 young ambassadors chosen by the Sri Lankan government to represent the country and promote education and tourism on the initiative of the Japanese government's youth program known as the Nippon Maru Youth Exchange Program. So that enabled him to be Sri Lanka's youth ambassador and he traveled to 9 countries with a host of students, promoting education, promoting tourism, and we're fortunate to have him with the World Forum right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Rizwan Wahab.
For his wonderful presentation of myself on that yeah. To many things, which is Assalamualaikum. Good evening. Welcome. Everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and privileged to be here in the beautiful city of Toronto, coming from London. Please accept my warm greetings from London, from World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslim. Chairman A.J. Bari, Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, Honorable Salman Zahid, Deputy High Commissioner for Sri Lanka, Mrs. Anjuli Chan, leader of the United Sri Lankan Association, Canada, participating members of the World Forum worldwide, distinguished guests, and members of the Canadian chapter of the World Forum. I give my greetings and my welcome to all of you. I would like to say a few words about World Forum. Mr. Bari has already spoken a lot about World Forum already. In the morning, in our AGM, I elaborated for nearly half an hour all our achievement and what we have done. My mission in Canada today, I arrived in Canada 2 days ago. My mission is to the Canadian, Sri Lankan Muslim and the others to join us, the World Forum, to be a world lobbying force. World Forum has headquarters in London, Kew Gardens in Richmond. We have an office in Melbourne, and we also have an office in Toronto. So we are expanding, as Mr. Bari said, 2019 we launched. So within 3 years, we have expanded to 27 countries. And we have membership and coordinators worldwide. So you can see within 3 years, a couple of us got together and done a great job. So, since the Sri Lankan community in Sri Lanka is facing quite a bit of hardship in the recent time and also in the past, the World Forum, after it was formed, we spend a lot of time to be the strongest lobbying force in the world. That is why, after just taken 17 years to form this association, now that we are formed, we want to encourage 500,000 Sri Lankan Muslims worldwide. Try and see if we can get 10% of them to join us. We also work with other communities in Sri Lanka. We are not only serving Sri Lanka, but we serve the community at large. Our service is to all communities in Sri Lanka. Our projects and activities for all communities. We have done great things. I spoke in the morning quite a bit about it. I'm just going to brief a couple of things only for the new audience who are here today. Otherwise, I'll be saying in my duty if I don't explain to you what we have done. We work around 15 teams, right? I will be showing you a small video in a little while. In that 15 team, we do a lot of service worldwide. But the important team is education subcommittee, which works supporting education in Sri Lanka, doing scholarship to children, advanced level and university supporting. So education team, the gender equality The chairman of the inquiry, she's in Melbourne, she's insisting that I should give 50% representation in World Forum. So it is a hard job for me. I only got 20 ladies have joined us so far worldwide. So I have to work hard to give the 50% for them. Right? I will give 51%. Right? If I can get hold of all the team leaders, all of you can join us, all the ladies in the World Forum. We will have a larger representation of the daily equality team. We also got the climate change, the environmental subcommittee, which the World Forum started having 1 million tree planting campaign in Sri Lanka. We have done reforesting in Sri Lankan schools. We also planted shade trees, and we are giving them new wells to the people who have been displaced in Sri Lanka, the Mana and Africa area. We are supporting 72 tube wells, and we are also supporting them, giving them food safety for Sri Lankan government and Sri Lankan people by organizing food safety program and humanitarian activity for Sri Lanka. So these are a few important projects which I mentioned in the morning, which I will stand a little bit for you all to know what the World Forum is doing. So as I said, the main objective of the Canadian chapter to work hard on it and work closely with the Sri Lankan High Commission in Canada. All our coordinators worldwide have been requested to work with the Sri Lankan High Commission and the government. As the Honorable Salman Zahid is here, thus I would like to request that in London, in UK, we have an organization, we have a group called APPG, which is All Party Parliamentary Group. We have a set of MPs dedicated to serve us, and Cosmos also supporting us. So we have a group headed by Bob Blackman. And many MPs, we have persons going to be in that All Party Parliamentary Group. So they will speak about Sri Lanka and speak in the Parliament. Right? And they will lobby for any issues Sri Lanka faces worldwide. Now, of course, it is mainly as a UK-based parliamentary group. So we are requesting our coordinators worldwide to speak to MPs in your own country, your local MPs, try and form an all-party group in your own government, right? So that we will be able to work on it and then support the Sri Lankan community and also the community at large for any issues facing us so that they will bring it up to the parliament. So we have become a very strong lobbying force in UK, bringing all issues of Sri Lanka into the UK Parliament and all to the Organization of Islamic Countries, the Muslim League. So we are working with all those, and we are requested to observe state and membership since we are a registered organization in the United Kingdom. The World Forum has got 3 very important pillars to strengthen us. We are a registered organization, this is pillar number 1, that allows us to work worldwide, all countries, all people. Secondly, the resources of intellectual, professional, and scientists who are members of the World Forum today, so they will be able to support all our activities and our project, preparing concept papers for our activities. Thirdly, we have our youth. As you see, the age is not a factor. There is always thinking by all of you around here saying that youth will be our leaders tomorrow. What I say is youth is today. We gave them the responsibility, we gave them the opportunity today. That's not tomorrow. They must come in today and join the World Forum. As a youth, we will train you, we will teach you, you take over from us. And we have a very strong youth team. Canada is lucky, the team leader for youth team is a Canadian for the World Forum. So we want the youth to join us. What I say is additional youth can be supporting us having problems. They can be a victim. They can be a support for peace building and conflict resolution. Also, they will be supporting World Forum otherwise. So basically, I would like to show you a small video. I think that there are 2 screens on the other side. Please watch that so that I can summarize it later on the next few minutes. Thank you.
For Sri Lankan Muslims is an independent, apolitical forum which brings together all overseas Sri Lankan Muslim organizations organizations and individuals who have a unified voice in matters concerning the Muslims living in Sri Lanka. We are a registered and regulated organization in the United Kingdom. In addition, we would like to place all our resources into one and utilize it to advantage the wider community across the world and in Sri Lanka. The initial discussion was started in 2012 by a few Sri Lankan Muslims living around the world. However, it was officially launched on 18 October 2019 in Harrow, United Kingdom by Her Excellency Manisha Gunasekara, the Sri Lanka High Commissioner for United Kingdom, and Right Honourable Bob Blackman MP. We placed our dreams under some thematic areas: membership development, public relations and media, education, finance, pluralism, coexistence and interaction, social and event management, political and international affairs, gender equality, health and well-being wing, information technology wing, legal wing, youth wing, project monitoring and evaluation, fundraising, climate change and sustainability. Our achievements are: the World Forum Conference was held in London in collaboration with Cosmos UK on October 19, 2019, with prominent participants from all over the world. Our education subcommittee is already functioning and started a project, while the Coexistence and Pluralism Committee has completed 2 projects. Establishing the history of Sri Lankan immigrants in the world is in progress, and so far we have substantially completed the project in Canada and other countries, and are waiting information from the residents. Represented Wfslm at the Education Conference held in Colombo on 15 December 2019. Represented Wfslm at the Human Rights Online Conference on 21 September 2020. Our nominated office bearers attended several Zoom meetings and conferences from March 2020 up to date on issues and concerns of Sri Lankan Muslims residing in Sri Lanka. Education Subcommittee Scholarship Program is ongoing. World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims work and serve all expat communities and ethnicities around the world and in Sri Lanka. Furthermore, non-Muslims have also co-opted to our team. email wfslm@gmail.com.
Thank you very much, everyone, for watching our video. Actually, tell you all about World Forum. So I'm going to cut down my speed due to time constraint as well. Because the video has given you a good picture of the World Forum activities. Just finish it off the next 10 seconds. The World Forum is going to be a world epic center for Sri Lankan Muslims. Finally, I request all Canadian and people participating around the world to be part of our journey for success. The people of Sri Lanka, for their issues and concerns that we are facing today, the amount of effort that expatriate can do to our motherland, give something back to your country, give something back. That is my request. Whatever you can, whatever way you can, please support us to give something back. We all come back as an expatriate community, especially the youth. So please support us and become a member of World Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Isman. I think the audience will have a wonderful explanation about what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest tonight, we're running short on time, but he is no stranger to the Toronto Muslim community. He was born and raised in Toronto. He has studied under some very famous scholars, achieving extensive accreditations in the field of social sciences. His commitment and dedication to pursue the study of social sciences began at a very, very young age. I know the Sheikh is not going to be happy me telling him the audience about his background, but I have to do my due diligence. Nonetheless, at the age of 14, with the grace and blessings of Almighty Allah, he completed the memorization of the Holy Quran. That was 14 years, when he was only 14 years old. Alhamdulillah, mashallah. But that was just the beginning. The next 6 years, he pursued a vigorous 6-year alim course in social sciences at the Islamic University of South Africa, known as the Darul Uloom Zakaria, where he achieved his master's degree. Thereafter, he was granted an authorization in Hadith by the Grand Mufti of South Africa, Sheikh Radawul Haq, for his excellent accreditations. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Imam and the Director of Islamic Affairs at the Islamic Center in Toronto. He is a former member of the Canadian Council of Imams. He was the Vice Chair of the Canadian Council of Imams. He is also an active member of the Canadian Council of Theologians. Ladies and gentlemen, my humble privilege to please welcome Sheikh Yusuf Badat.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Respected brothers, elders, mothers, sisters, and youngsters, we begin as always by praising the Almighty, and we convey the best of salutations upon all the prophets, including Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Peace and blessings upon each and every one of them. I am delighted to be here in the presence of the organization and all of you here. And we make dua and we supplicate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all the good work that is being done, both locally as well as internationally. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow this to prosper and grow with the best and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward one and all. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. I've always been affiliated with the community of Sri Lanka. I recall when I was a young kid running around in diapers, Uncle Mohsin, maybe he's probably here. Mohsin, brother Mohsin, Sri Lanka. He was a tenant for my father's property where we were living. And then when I moved on to South Africa to study the Islamic sciences, then there's a very famous scholar in Sri Lanka, Maulana Ma'ruf, who has passed away now, rahimahullah. His son was actually in my class. His son was studying with us, myself and my brother. And then after returning from South Africa and completing my studies, both where I was in Malton, Mississauga, where I first started teaching some Quran and Islamic studies, as well as in the Islamic Foundation of Toronto. I see Uncle Bari almost every day, and other community members of the Sri Lankan community. Alhamdulillah, my home happens to be steps away from Masjid al-Jannah. And whenever I see Masjid al-Jannah, it reminds me of Jannah. May Allah make us amongst those of Jannah. Ameen. And obviously Masjid Taqwa, Sheikh Zakaria, I am quite connected with him and the community there as well. So there's only one thing left, Uncle Bari. You need to take me to South Africa, inshallah. I mean, sorry, Sri Lanka. We'll inshallah go with you one day, inshallah. Nevertheless, this event is related to Islamic history. I know the time is extended past the allocated time, so inshallah I'm going to cut my remarks shortly, and inshallah we can also be inspired by the speakers that follow me. So Islamic heritage and Islamic history is a valuable blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the reason I say this is that there's no community on the face of this earth that can ever prosper without looking at the people of the past. When the Quran, the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, gives us guidance, mentorship, and shows us the path, the Quran constantly refers to the communities of the past. تِلْكَ الْقُرَى نَقُصُّ عَلَيْكَ مِنْ أَنْبَائِهَا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, these are communities. These are nations that I relate to you, I narrate to you of their news. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in some occasions makes a mention, لَقَدْ كَانَ فِي قَصَصِهِمْ عِبْرَةٌ. In these narratives of the communities that have come before you, there are tremendous lessons for you to grasp on. Imam Malik, rahimahullah, the great jurist, he made a mention that in order for any community to succeed, they must study the people of the past. I said this earlier in one of my previous Jummahs on the note of Islamic history, and I know the Sri Lankan community generally, they're connected with the Shafi'i fiqh. So the great jurist, Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah, he said, from my Islamic studies, I deliberately took out a span of 2 years to study history, and that was only for one reason, so that I can become a better faqih, a better jurist. Because in order to establish rulings from the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, we need to understand the urf, and we need to understand the custom of the time. And therefore, if I don't understand how the Quranic principles were applied by the people of the past, it'll be difficult for me to come up with verdicts for my community and my society and my era. And he said, I tremendously benefited from studying the Tarikh, which refers to history. So there's so much that we can learn from history, and particularly Islamic history is rich. It's a treasure of lessons. You study the Islamic history and you'll become so engaged and inspired by it that we'll find how communities rose, and we will also find how they fell. And one of the greatest things that we can learn from history is that wherever there were mistakes, wherever there were challenges and mistakes were made, we can learn from those mistakes. We can learn from the blunders of the people of the past, and at the same time, all the positive work that was done. We can continue that legacy. The other day, in the halaqah of the seerah at the masjid, the biography of the Prophet ﷺ, we were talking about the 9th year of Hijrah, the 9th year after the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, had migrated from Mecca to Medina. And in this year, this was after the victory of Mecca, or what we call Fathu Mecca. And the community started to embrace Islam. Allah makes a mention of this in one of the surahs and the chapters of the Quran that most of us have memorized. إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ, when the aid of Allah and the victory comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What will you see? يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. You will see people entering the fold of Islam in flocks, in large numbers. So the Almighty makes a mention of this period, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, he saw this expansion, that people were coming in droves. They were coming in large numbers, embracing Islam, either by hearing about the teachings of Islam, or by coming in the presence of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, and inquiring about the teachings of Islam. Nevertheless, the Prophet ﷺ had a few concerns during that time when there was a lot of expansion. And one of the major concerns that the Prophet ﷺ had was unity. And today's event, it reminds me of the unity, that the Sri Lankan Muslim community from across the world are collaborating to benefit in different regions of the world. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, he sent various trusted companions of his to ensure that the principles that are laid down, they are adhered to, and at the same time, there is no decline in the togetherness of the communities. So as you work together, we learn this great lesson. So the point I'm making here is that we can learn so much from the history that is there. We have a treasure, we need to access it, we need to learn about it, and the greatest thing is take those lessons that we learn and bring them practically in our lives so that we can better ourselves and we can also shape the future in our circumstances, in our situations as well. As we know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, he left a legacy. And from this legacy is the rich treasure of Islamic history. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, he actually made a mention. He said, there are some people who would not have seen me, but they will embrace my teachings as if they have seen me. And the Sahaba, the companions, they questioned that you're making a reference to some of these people, and you also say that they will be rewarded much more than what we are rewarded. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, indicated that you are my companions, you are in my presence, you see how I am, giving you the teachings, etc. But after my demise, there will be people who will be so steadfast on the teachings that it's as if they are in my presence. They have loved me, yet they have not seen me. They will practice my teachings, yet they have not seen me. And those are the ones that will continue that legacy and that treasure of Islam. So indeed, we learn so much from the heritage and from the history of Islam, and we need to continue to access it. One point I'd like to also make a mention about is one benefit of connecting with history is that we can decipher right from wrong. There's a lot of times that we hear that there are things that are said about the past. And there's so many examples I can give. One common example we hear from the non-Muslim community is that the Muslims, they worship a black box. I'm sure you've heard of this one. And they link it with the Muslim community being the Kaaba. But when you explain the history of the Kaaba. And Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. The structure is just a sense of direction. It's not necessarily the being that we worship. The being that we worship is not contained in a specific direction or in a specific structure. And this clarifies, this makes matters clear. The other day, someone asked me a question that I read a report in the most authentic book of the Hadith, that is referring to Sahih al-Bukhari. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, drank wine. I said, that's impossible because the Quran makes a mention that it's forbidden, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, would never engage in doing something that is forbidden by God himself as a representative of God on the face of this earth. So he gave reference to the narration, and I looked up the Arabic of that narration, and the translator had made an error by translating the word nabid to wine. What nabid actually is it's a drink of water wherein dates are placed. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, would often, prior to sleeping, he would throw a couple of dates in a cup of water or a bowl of water. And then the next morning, he would drink that. It wouldn't ferment or reach a point where it would be intoxicating. So this drink is called nabid. It's called nabid. The translator made an error by translating nabid as wine. And an innocent person who doesn't understand the teachings of Islam or the history about Islam or what the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, did, had a misunderstanding and was claiming to say that it is allowed to drink wine. So this is one benefit of history, accurate history. When we study accurate history, we discover things that bring about the truth. We decipher truth from falsehood. I give an example at the masjid as well, where Allah makes a mention about the Jewish community, about the Christian community, and an argument that they have amongst themselves. And what's that argument or that dispute? The Jews say that Abraham was a Jew, and the Christians say that Abraham was a Christian. The Almighty tells us in the most authentic book, that is the Quran, Abraham was neither a Jew, Abraham was not a Christian. And then Allah tells us, He gives us a reasoning, He gives us a logical understanding. He says, how can Abraham be connected with Judaism when the Torah was only revealed after his demise, after his death? How can Abraham be connected with Christianity or the Injil, the Gospel, the Bible, when Abraham had passed away and the Injil, the Gospel, was only revealed to Jesus, Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, after Abraham's demise? Then Allah tells us the facts of the matter. The Almighty says that مَا كَانَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ يَهُودِيًّا وَلَا نَصْرَانِيًّا وَلَكِنْ كَانَ حَنِيفًا مُسْلِمًا. That Abraham was a Hanif. He was one who worshipped exclusively the one and only being. As we know, Abraham is the pillar of Tawheed. مِلَّةَ أَبِيكُمْ إِبْرَاهِيمُ. Your methodology, O Prophet of Allah Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, is the methodology of Abraham. The methodology, the path of Tawheed, the oneness of the Almighty. So a benefit of connecting with history and accessing accurate history is that we can decipher truth from falsehood. So we are in the present, but one day we will all become history. There are so many people in the past who've left a mark, and we are inspired by them. We study about them, we learn about them. And as I said, there's a treasure of Islamic history there that we can connect with people of our own fields, and we can be so inspired by the people who lived in the past, whether it's the near past or the distant past. There's so many individuals who inspire us still today, and we take them as role models, we take them as mentors, and we benefit from their legacy. We will all become history. And if we do a great job here while we are present, like through the forum that you have here, the World Forum, and the communities of the Sri Lankan background, different parts of the world collaborating to bring about great achievements and great services to the international world, this will be a legacy that we leave behind. So we are present, but we will become history. And tomorrow, if we leave a mark, we will have a legacy that will inspire one and all. I make dua and I supplicate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept our gathering here. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us and our families. Allah allow us to connect with the great treasure of Islamic history and Islamic heritage. And may the Almighty allow us to do great things in this world while we are present in any small or large way, so that we inspire others and the generations to come and we leave a legacy. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from all of us and grant us the best in this world and the hereafter. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Thank you, Brother Yusuf. That was a very inspirational talk. We really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to focus our attention onto the screens. We have with us a special guest speaker who unfortunately couldn't make it to Canada on time. The backlog at the Canadian High Commission in Colombo and the long and painful process of getting a Victoria's visa was too overwhelming. This gentleman is a renowned motivational speaker. He's contributed his regular articles to many English language newspapers. He is an advocacy columnist. He has traveled far and wide, delivering lectures, public speaking engagements to international audiences across different time zones and across different continents. I am pleased to introduce Mas Laveen Yusuf.
Am I online, brother? Assalamu alaikum.
Go ahead, Yusuf, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction, and very good evening to all of you. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. I will not take much of your time, since I'm told dinner is round the corner, and I'll try to finish my talk in about 15 minutes, and if possible, less than that. You all know that I will be speaking on the subject, pitching the Muslim community in the changing political landscape. There are three components here, which I would very, very briefly touch upon in order to give you all a better understanding of the subject matter. Firstly, we have to identify the social landscape. Secondly, the political landscape. And thirdly, how to develop a methodology to pitch the community at national and community levels. I wish to make a disclaimer at this point. I have no political affiliation to any parties. Mine is an independent analysis. And in my talk, I will have to necessarily refer to the ethnic composition of the Sri Lankan society. With that disclaimer, let us try to understand what is the social landscape for the Muslims in Sri Lanka. According to the Center for Policy Alternatives, in their report in 2016, I quote, divisive nationalist posturing from the country's main ethnic communities has presented the singular most formidable challenge to reconciliation, social cohesion, and the vision of creating a united Sri Lanka. In his book titled Buddhism Betrayed, the famous author Stanley J. Tambaya argues that the political activities of the bhikkhus did not advance democracy and universalism, but promoted a narrow and exclusive ethno-religious nationalist ideology. This book, which attracted much controversy, was banned in Sri Lanka due to the influence of Buddhist nationalists. The Muslims have historically aligned with the majority parties. The Muslims never had a nationalist outlook. It was when the Muslims were wedged between the Sinhala and Tamil chauvinism that some Muslims thought of an ethnic-based Muslim party. The Tamil and the Muslim population, on the other hand, have had an ambivalent relationship of love and hate. The call for a linguistically allianced Tamil-speaking people have been rejected by the Muslims. Issues relating to land ownership, agriculture, fishing, etc. have had their own problems. The LTTE war distanced the relationship further with the 1990 exodus of Muslims from north and many attacks on the Muslim population in the east. Muslims in the past have benefited by their engagement with the majority Sinhala coalition politics. This has been challenged with the emergence of Sinhala nationalist parties and ethnocratic concept of Sinhala nationalism. Let me take you all to the second part, which is the political landscape. The Rajapaksa rule, commonly called so, took the country to the brink of bankruptcy. In my address this morning at the AGM stroke conference, I outlined the reasons for this, which was the lack of good governance. Besides that, the 18th Amendment bestowed unparalleled power and authority to the president, which was misused and abused. The Ranil Maitri government came in as a savior, as a government for good governance, and it promised to undo the 18th Amendment with the 19th, to prosecute those involved in corruption, waste of public funds, and other offenses against public property. This hope of the people ended in a disaster with the Maitri Ranil Wickramasinghe government currying favor with the Rajapaksas again. The Rajapaksas strategically adopted the racial and religious card to come back to power. They successfully conducted their campaign from the grassroots levels up to the top bureaucracy. In essence, since the Rajapaksa rule, the economy is bankrupt, the social fabric has gone down to unimaginable levels of xenophobia with hate speeches and malicious campaigns against the Muslims, the Tamils, and the Christian population. From the religious angle, Islamophobia against the Muslims grew while attacks on the Christians also increased to a high level of disharmony. Not to mention the land grabs in the north and east. In this scenario, we should not miss out on the Tamil factor, which is also part of this socio-political landscape. The Tamils are asserting for a federal autonomy within a united Sri Lankan state. This will have implications with the northeast sectors and the Tamil Muslim populations in those areas. The end of the war in 2009 saw the resurgence of what some scholars call as political Buddhism. They call it political Buddhism, and ethno-nationalist religious force. A monarchical Rajapaksa family was being instituted into power under the illusion of a Dutugamunu king resurgence after the war victory. And the spotlight was on the Muslims. So we have republicanism, that is with the Republican constitution on the one hand, and the burgeoning ethnocracy nurtured on the basis of ethno-religious nationalism. The danger of ethnocracy based on ethno-nationalism is that they seek to dominate the political, cultural, social, and economic landscape of the country, and thereby making the other communities like the Tamils, Muslims as secondary citizens. Now, the Muslims must recognize they are being sandwiched between the Sinhala majority, political dominance in the southwest, and the hopes and aspirations of the Tamils in the northeast. The Muslims must also consider the Muslim landscape internally. That is, the Muslims are also divided into various groups as the Wahhabis or the Sufis, the Tabligh Jamatis, and the ACJU, etc. So the Muslims must therefore seriously sit and think as to how they are going to position themselves within this situation. Given this background, also the question whether Muslim racial politics must continue. Now, it is in this context that we have to think of pitching the Muslim community And very briefly, I will just say we need to have a dedicated center for documentation and research on Muslim affairs. And we need to develop a social media platform for the Muslims. There are other things that can be stated, but I will only just mention these two for sake of time. And the Muslims' concern is the physical security throughout the country, the preservation of its religious and socio-cultural rights. One other main aspect being good governance, which was addressed today morning by me at the AGM at the conference. I'm sure that I have shared some ideas for you all to think about. Please go ahead and enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Our next guest speaker, we are very short of time because we started late, is a committed champion for gender awareness. She has worked very hard to bring communities together. She is an honorable member of parliament for the Scarborough Centre riding. And she is committed to ensure that the voices of the minorities are heard, the voices of the racialized Canadians are heard. She has worked hard to bring a community together, different communities together through her initiative, the Scarborough Centre for Multi-Faith Council, upholding the belief that what we have in common as Canadians is much stronger than what sets us apart. That's a very, very profound statement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Salman Zahid.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Happy Islamic Heritage Month to all of you as we are towards the end of the month of October. Month of October was declared as Islamic Heritage Month in the House of Commons 15 years ago. So this year, October 2022, we celebrate 15th anniversary of the declaration of October as Islamic History Month. This is a month to make sure that we recognize the contributions Canadians of Muslim faith have made to this great country we all call home. We came from different parts of the world. We came here in Canada and called it as our home and went through lots of ups and downs to make sure that we build a more inclusive Canada. So thank you to all of you and to all the Muslims who have made contributions in making Canada as one of the best countries to live in this world. Yes, give a big applause to all of you. In all walks of life, from arts, culture, medicine, teaching, engineering, politics, Muslims have contributed and made Canada the best place. Like why we recognize here in October, like I think we should recognize the contributions every month, but October is specifically Islamic Heritage Month, and we recognize, I think that's the time that we also recognize that Islamophobia and hate is on the rise. And we have seen many incidents of hate and Islamophobia here in Canada. More than a year ago, in June 2021, the incident which happened in London, Ontario, shook us all. Our family was killed to Islamophobia, to hate, because that 21-year-old was filled with that hate that he just drove the vehicle over a path. I myself bear a visible symbol of Muslim faith. I am the first Muslim, I'm the first woman to speak from the House of Commons wearing a hijab. And just this Monday, we have elected a woman to Toronto City Council wearing a hijab, Osma Malik. So it will be first time a woman wearing a hijab will be sitting in the Toronto Council. So I think like these are some of the achievements we all should be very proud of. The community here has really worked together. So as your elected representatives, it is really very important that we make sure that we fight Islamophobia. Very soon, you will see there will be an appointment of a special representative to tackle Islamophobia. This came out of the National Summit on Islamophobia, which happened in June 2021 after the London incident, and applications have been gathered, and the Minister for Diversity and Inclusion, Minister Honorable Ahmed Hussain, is reviewing, and the appointment of the special rep on Islamophobia will be made very soon. That will provide an opportunity to have like a secretariat, a person dedicated to make sure that we see why Muslims have to face Islamophobia and incidents of hate are on the rise. We have seen like whether it is in Alberta or Toronto, like when I talk to many young girls wearing a hijab are scared to take either TTC, like because they think that someone might like attack them or they might have to face hate. I think we all need to work together. Governments have a lot of part to do, but I think we as individuals also need to come together, make sure that we create awareness among our neighbors, among our friends, that all of us are working in making a better future our next generations. So that's why, like as indicated in my introduction, I created a multi-faith council in my writing of Islamic Center to bring people of all faiths together. Because I think it's really very important that we know who our neighbors are. If we don't know about each other, we have a lot of apprehensions about each other. If we get to know each other, I think like love can take over hate. And that's really very important to bring that inclusive area. It's really good to see that all the organizations are here together celebrating Islamic Heritage Month, and that gives us confidence that united we stand and divided we fall. So let's work and build a more inclusive Canada where no one is left behind, where no one has to face incidents of hate or Islamophobia. We tackle all forms of hate, including Islamophobia here in Canada also. As your elected representative, I will keep on fighting for that. Thank you to civil society for bringing everyone together under one umbrella. I think it's a great achievement to see all the organizations together celebrating this Happy Islamic History Month. And thank you once again. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Sister Samna. Our next guest speaker is a very, very well-known personality amongst the academic circles in Toronto. He and I share something in common. We are both foodies. The difference is that this gentleman, this academic, he uses food as a platform to bring people together. Because of course he shares it. Whereas I don't share my food. My wife can testify to that. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a social professor at the Rockman Management School for MBA students and a well-learned gentleman, Professor Numan Ashraf.
I have a brief, which is as soon as I finish speaking, those fine servers will start the buffet. So I recognize the immediacy of the moment. You've been a wonderful audience. After what I was saying, and before she leaves, so that you just recognize how much they have on the go. She's going to another event. As she leaves the hall, can we give her a warm round of applause and please the job of leadership is this: one event, another community, and so on and so forth. All right. I will share with you 3 ideas, 2 acronyms, and 1 call for action. I don't like stages. I like to be with my people. Idea number 1, if we are here to talk about Islamic History Month, I think it's important for us to look at Islamic history. And these, of course, are pivotal moments in the life of the first of these actually happens before he is given revelation. This is an important incident that happens. This is on the authority of Ibn Ishaq in his Tarikh, in his history. He says that when the Kaaba had been built, there was one task left, which was how do we place the Hajar al-Aswad, the black stone, back in the Kaaba. And there was much dispute as to which tribe would get that honor.
It's like very white and fresh.
Understand this. So they said, you know what we're going to do is we are going to ask whoever enters the Kaaba next, randomly, to place the black stone in the Kaaba. And who enters the Kaaba? Abdullah. So didn't say, oh Muhammad, you should do this. They said, this is Al-Amin. This is trustworthy. If we are to be callers to the truth in Canada, we have to be trustworthy. This is an important lesson from Islamic history. Incident number 2. Then it happens as the Messenger of Allah is making the migration from Mecca to Medina. And this narration is important. This narration is important. I have some people speaking at this table. I ask them to please be attentive. Thank you. This narration is important because this actually records the first statement of Allah as he establishes the community, the community in Medina, on the authority of Abdullah ibn Salam. He said, I was not yet a Muslim. I heard about this man. I came from a Jewish family, and in our scripture, the coming of a Messiah. But I was told that this man was a liar. I got up of the tallest date palm tree to see the coming of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The moment that I saw his face, I recognized that this was not the face of a liar. I waited carefully to listen to his instructions to the community in Medina, in Yathrib. And he said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, listen carefully, please. Ufshu salam. Spread salam, peace among themselves. Share food amongst yourselves, and when people are sleeping, pray. He didn't talk about property rights. He didn't talk about a strategy for domination. He didn't talk about intermarriage. Spread salam. Can I give you a modern interpretation of that? When we leave homes or offices, say good morning. How are you? What business do you join? Share food. In Sahih Bukhari it is said, the Prophet said, when you make soup, add water to it, give some to your neighbor. It's a practice that we should be doing. It's not right for us as Muslims to have a neighbor who are suffering from food insecurity. Put your hand up, food have gotten more expensive. You notice this? Alhamdulillah, we can afford it. The ones who can't, they need our help. Incident number 3. This is toward the end of the life of Allah when he gives instructions to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, whom he sends as an emissary into what is now Yemen. He says, you are going to a people who are the people of the book. Call them to the oneness of Allah. If they accept, tell them about Salah. If they accept, tell them about Zakah. If they accept, tell them about Siyam. If they accept, tell them about Hajj. Take it easy. easy on people. Go slow, meet them where they are. Don't overwhelm them. These are 3 lessons for us from Islamic history as we think about history and its applicability to us. I promise you 2 acronyms. The first acronym, and the MP spoke about this, Imam Yusuf spoke about this, is fear. Fear, not just the word, but the acronym. To me, fear stands for false evidence appearing real. False evidence appearing real. You know how many people have said to me, you're the first Muslim I've met? And I said, you're lying to me. So what do you mean? Have you never been in Uber? You've been in Uber, you've been a Muslim. Question about it. You've been in a restaurant, you've been a Muslim. If you've been at the university, you've been a Muslim. When we don't tell others about Islam, it is not their fault that they don't know what Islam is. False evidence appearing real. So what do we do? My second act, it's you gotta keep it real. Real stand for? Real ethics activate leadership. This is the deen, this is the way of being, in which Allah tells us in the Quran, be those who stand for justice, even if it goes against us. And I'm going to put all the leaders on notice today that are here, from all the different organizations. If we don't lead by justice, do not be surprised when people abandon us when we need their support. Justice means listening to people, understanding their needs, understanding their pain points, and addressing them in meaningful ways. Not inshallah, mashallah, that real things. Then one call to action. Call to action. In my opinion, as somebody teaches, leadership is a big word. To be called a leader is a big word. So how in this? There is an ayah, there's a verse in the Quran which split Baqarah into 2. Ayah is, and you have been made as a nation unto all that is justly balanced and as a witness into humankind. That's the definition of a leader. To be just, to be a witness, and to be a collective. It's a big task. There's some bad news, and there's some good news. The bad news is it's an enormous task. The good news is we can do this together. I'm delighted to recognize that we are here to not just celebrate, I want to challenge that. The Muslims in Sri Lanka are going through a very difficult time. If we were not listening to a speaker from the UK, he's telling us there are systemic ways in which we are being excluded. It is important for us to be connected, and to be vocal. We also need to recognize that Islamophobia is real. My daughter and my son are here, alhamdulillah, my niece is here, my siblings are here. I want to say to you that all of us need to support each other, not to give up, but to be together. We need to hold our elected officials and our community leaders accountable. To say, what are we doing to challenge Islamophobia? Not just a celebration dinner in October, but every single week of every single month. We need to make it not just acceptable, but welcome to be Muslim here in Canada. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless.
Thank you, Brother Noor Ashok. That was a very, very motivational discussion, and we learned a lot from you. Our next guest speaker has come all the way from Ottawa. Yeah, I thought she might miss the train, but you know, she's here. She is the Honorable Deputy High Commissioner for Sri Lanka in Ottawa. She has had a career span of 22 years with the Sri Lankan Foreign Service. She has held a lot of key positions in different desks back home in Colombo and abroad. She has represented Sri Lanka as a diplomat in Paris, in Kenya, and now we are happy to have her in Ottawa. To those of you who don't know her, she has had her primary education at St. Anthony's Convent in Calcutta. Then she went to the University of Pennsylvania. After that, she matriculated to the University of London to do her LLB. The fascinating point in her career was when she accepted a postgraduate course at the National University of Singapore, where she was inducted as in the fellowship for the Lee Kuan Yew scholarships. That gave her an opportunity to go to the University of Harvard. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to please welcome Anzul Banu Jan.
Assalamu alaikum. Captain Anabari, Chairman of Ceylon Muslim Foundation of Canada and the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims. Mr. Rizwan Bahar, Secretary General of the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims. Distinguished guests who spoke before me, Brother Yusuf Badar, Mr. Mas Yusuf, Honorable Salma Zaid, my fellow brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you at this important celebration. As a diplomat, I'm happy to say that this is my second term or the second stint in Canada. When I'm in Canada, I count my term based in the number of winters. I have 2 more to go. I served in Ottawa as councillor from 2009 to 2012. This period is one of the crucial times in the history of Sri Lanka. As you know, it was the end of 30-year conflict. The conflict came to an end, and I think no one knew how to build peace. How to start, where to start, how to sustain what was started. So many efforts done in good faith failed due to many reasons. One of the main reasons that I saw was that the society was broken as a whole. The conflict did not only affect the Sinhalese and the Tamil communities, but everyone. Every Sri Lankan was affected psychologically, loss of loved ones, physical wounds, loss of opportunities. In short, all aspects of life was affected. After almost 14 years, we are still grappling with its effects, trying to reconcile by addressing some of the basic accountability questions. In addition, there were many other challenges that every Sri Lankan had to face, that other speakers have touched on, which I'm not going to elaborate. However, the unresolved social questions and ethnic issues are still persisting. Now we are facing an unprecedented economic crisis due to years of mismanagement of the financial resources of Sri Lanka. During the conflict and post-conflict period, and even before that, for many reasons, some of our brothers and sisters left to the shores of Sri Lanka. Some went in hope of coming back. But whatever the reason, one thing for sure, they all left their heart in Sri Lanka. That is why we are all here today. Because you care, your family, relatives, your memories, your traditions. There is something Sri Lanka has given to you. And you belong, and we want to hold on to those ties. And you want to pass on to your own children, because that is their heritage. There are over 3 million overseas Sri Lankans. Comparatively, this is a very large ratio against the population of Sri Lanka, which is 22 million. When you take Canada, there are over 300,000 overseas Sri Lankans, and the majority being the Tamil community. Since I served here 10 years ago, I know that the Sri Lankan community has not merely expanded in numbers. I witnessed that you have contributed to the overall success of the Canadian society. You are represented in all fields. You have excelled, and so has the second and third generations. Canada has not only welcomed you, it officially recognizes you, your contributions, given space to celebrate and practice your Sri Lankan traditions. I am thankful for that. The celebration of Islamic History Month is part of that recognition, and as a Sri Lankan representative, I am proud of your achievements and proud to be part of this celebration. What makes this occasion more special is the coming together of many Sri Lankan organizations to celebrate this event today. With the new president, the government of Sri Lanka is trying to rectify some of the past mistakes, lapses, and is ready to answer some of the difficult questions or to talk about it. Find ways to ensure that there will be no repetition of past mistakes and to bring about reconciliation, not only with the Tamil community, but all other communities who had to face tragic situations. In that effort, the High Commission in Ottawa and the Consulate General's office in Toronto is open to all Sri Lankans to come and discuss any issue that needs to be resolved. As we are all aware, on a further positive step, Sri Lanka is working with IMF on a bailout package and taking positive steps to adhere to conditions therein. Yet again, we are thankful to Canada as a member of the Paris Club for extending its support to Sri Lanka to overcome the financial situation it is facing now. While the government is taking corrective steps as overseas Sri Lankans, let me emphasize, you have a role to play in the area of reconciliation and economic development in Sri Lanka. As a drawback, in my experience, I see that Sri Lankan community is polarized outside the country. In Sri Lanka, we do not see this much of segregation. Therefore, I urge every one of you to reach out to the other communities and have a dialogue. If you want the High Commission to participate in these dialogues, we would be happy to be there. Do invite other communities for functions and have common events where you can celebrate the ties of Sri Lanka. We have to break the silence between communities and engage in dialogue as the government is reaching out. In this connection, the High Commissioner, Harsha Kumar Navaratna, has reached out to many communities, and Tushar Rodrigo, the Consul General in Toronto, and I work closely with the High Commissioner on the subject. In the economic front, while I thank all Sri Lankan associations and individuals for continuously helping Sri Lanka in your own way, I would urge you to come together as you did in the past and undertake a bigger role in assisting Sri Lanka in its difficult times. With the facilitation of the High Commission, you can send medicines to Sri Lanka, fund sustainable projects, and give employment to young people, take investment delegations to Sri Lanka, promote tourism, etc. You can also, as a community, encourage to send funds to your loved ones through proper banking channels and assist to bridge the foreign currency deficit that we are facing now. I'm happy to say that a delegation of investors will be soon visiting Sri Lanka in the first week of November with few members of parliament, organized by the Canada-Sri Lanka Business Convention. As one of the largest overseas Sri Lankan communities with multiple identities, you should come together and find a common platform to make an impactful engagement with your motherland, Sri Lanka. Finally, I take this opportunity to thank the Ceylon Muslim Foundation of Canada and the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslims for inviting me to this celebration. A special thank you for Mr. Ziad, who took time to coordinate with the High Commission. I wish you all the success in your endeavors and thank you for the work that you have done on ground in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Anzu. I know you're hungry, dinner is served, but just a few more minutes because we have two important. One is a word of thanks and one is an announcement. Actually, I was supposed to bring two gentlemen here simultaneously, but the first gentleman just told me a few minutes ago that he had forgotten his speech, he left it back home in England, and he can't remember what he wrote. So, just to let you know, he is none other than the treasurer of the World Forum. He and I had the distinct privilege to attend the great school by the sea, the College of St. Thomas the Apostle in Pennsylvania. He left for England just a few years before we left school. I think after his ordinary level, he left for England. But he and I had been two different mischief makers. He was a mischief maker in his own right, and I was a mischief maker on the other side of the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Halim Osman, MBE. Please, a round of applause, Mr. Halim Osman. And the next fine gentleman is, he has worked tirelessly to get this symposium in place and get all of you tonight. I gave him the title of Director of Event Management, but this was a thankless job. He has worked very hard, long hours, sometimes extending into days and nights across different time zones to ensure that his policies were in place and executed to the very letter. I'm certain that after tonight, he is really going to breathe a very huge sigh of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than our very own Muhammad Ziadi.
Thank you, Yoshan. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Just being such an honor to be part of this wonderful event, and it gives me great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on this grand occasion. The event is unique because it had the blessings of all the local associations, especially the Wfslm, who promoted the event well among the local associations. Alhamdulillah, I am thankful to Almighty Allah for giving us the courage and spirit in these trying times to arrange this glorious event. I would like to extend my heartfelt token of gratitude to Wfslm Chairman Brother Aga Bali, Secretary General Rizwan Wahab, and Treasurer Brother Halim Usman, MBE, for their unrelenting support extended to me and my working committee. On behalf of the organizers, we thank all who are present here, especially the local associations and the sponsors. Without their support and participation, this function wouldn't have been a success. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and special thanks to our esteemed guests, namely Mrs. Salma Zaid, Honorable Member of Parliament for Scarborough Sector, Mrs. Anzul Jan, Deputy High Commissioner for Sri Lanka, and our special thank you goes out to our distinguished speakers, Brothers Mas Yusuf, Sheikh Yusuf Badar, and Professor Mohan Ashraf, for their motivational and noteworthy speeches. A special thank you to Brother Ramiz Ali of Honora Graphics for your patience and enthusiastic support extended to us to get through the AGM earlier today, and his support and assistance for this evening. Thank you to our IT and social media team, Brothers Kuwait and Yahya, because a tall order working through the different time zones. My profound appreciation, gratitude, and a big thank you to the members of the working committee for their enthusiasm and for having extended their time to get where we are. I would like to name them all. Sisters Rehana Bari, Farida Lucy, Askia T, Yamna Rifai, Hasina Bari, Nada Bari, Maria Sharif, Nasrin Nawar, and Imaza Haba. And also, of course, the brothers who wholeheartedly supported me, Brother Afsar Hamid, Nizam Hashim, Rifti Hadi, Naufal Abdul Qadir, Wasim Faisal, Nizam Siddiqui, Nabil Rushdi, Yunus Hassan, and of course, our illustrious and eloquent Master of Ceremonies this evening, Ishan Sansani. Thank you. Thank you to the banquet manager of this facility, Mr. Kirti, and your hardworking staff, and also the CEO of Grand Ceremony, Mr. Ruan Jayagodi, and for all the support and assistance. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
What I noticed was that Mr. Zia didn't thank everybody else, but there was nobody to thank him. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your commitment, thank you for your dedication, thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Two more very, very short events. One minute. I would like to call upon Honorable Anzul Jan and Brother Rizwan Wab to present a token of appreciation.
Assalamualaikum again. This is something very special I'm going to tell you. Practically, even the World Forum organizers or the office bearers kept confidential on this because of the importance of this special award who we are going to present. You know, the World Forum had a long history. The 70s years we are struggling through to get our name right. So there are quite a few people in our audience who are founder members who have helped us to get through this. One of the foremost person is one of them who has been with us since founding the World Forum and supporting us. His work is immense, unwavering, unrelenting, supporting us right throughout. His leadership has been imminent, and his leadership has been a guiding light for everyone in the World Forum right throughout. The commitment, the contribution, and the support and assistance, all that which has no price. These are priceless efforts and commitment and dedicated for the World Forum. So we thought this is a good occasion to recognize. I remember I was talking about recognition in the morning event. I spent my day after talking, and I cut down my speech today because of the time concern. So we, as a World Forum, has to recognize our own people. So I welcome to inform you in this occasion, this important award goes to our chairman, Brother Bari. Please come forward. Brother Bari, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the greatest thing that you have done. This is something that is very small and simple, but this is a lifetime award, the World Forum's first ever award that we decided it's a long expected thing that I want to do for the last many years. But then there was no occasion that we were able to do that. So this occasion has been the greatest occasion for us to give this award to Brother Bali. Please give a round of applause to Brother Bali. Let me read this before I hand over, so you know what we are participating. This is presented to Mr. A.G. Bali. It's an appreciation award from the World Forum for Sri Lankan Muslim to our chairman, Mr. A.G. Bali. It says, in honor and recognition of your commitment, dedication, exceptional leadership, outstanding contribution, unconditional, unwavering support, and unrelenting guidance to the community. The World Forum is deeply indebted to you with a lifetime gratitude, and you will always be remembered and remain in our hearts. Thank you very much. Members, Executive Committee, Board of Management, on behalf of all of them, I would like the Deputy Commissioner to present this award to the chair. Thank you. Spend your time to the community service. This is what I get advice of Imam. So my advice to you, make sure you follow instruction from your Imam in your area. So thank you so much for the Board of Management. I would have achieved this without it. Help and assistance from my team, Board of Management, Executive Committee, team leaders, coordinators, and above all, members of the General Assembly. Now, I'm so happy once again to, of course, to receive the award, but I don't think I deserve. I should have called my wife to the stage, because without her help, I won't be able to do it. She has been challenging me all the time. Especially, the good thing is you need money. And without money, you can't do anything. So I can't go after her, please give me some money and do this nonsense. But she knows me anyway. Thank you so much. May Allah extend her life and have a good time, child. So,
we have the last item for the day. I would like to call upon Imam Yusuf Badar to say the dua before we announce the tables for dinner. Thank you.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Almighty, we praise and thank you, and we acknowledge that there's none worthy of worship except yourself. We also convey the best of salutations upon all the prophets, including Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Peace and blessings upon each and every one of them. Almighty, accept our gathering here. Almighty, all the great work that is being done by this forum and all its members across the globe. Ya Allah, fill it with your acceptance and give the best of growth to each and every one of us. Ya Allah, allow us to learn from Islamic heritage and Islamic history. Allow us to share the message of Islam and the beautiful teachings of the Quran and that of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, especially to those who have a misunderstanding about the beautiful deen of Islam. Ya Allah, make us true representatives and sources of peace, tranquility, justice, goodness, and the best that spreads the love and the teachings of Allah and that of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, we ask that you accept our gathering and fill it with your mercy and your blessings. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. صلى الله تعالى على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. جزاك الله خير.
Jazakallah, Yusuf Bakar. Can I now call upon Sister Rehana Bari? So that is the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for being here with us. But don't go, Sister Rehana Bari is going to announce the table numbers. And please make your way towards the buffet table.